Again, we say Gagut greetings to you all. Again, before Professor Oyibo comes back on, we need to understand the importance of the fundraising. You must see this as an honor, a privilege to donate towards the Gagut Productive Education, as well as the African International Science and Technology Prize funding. The reason why you must see it as a privilege is that God has already blessed the hard work to come through Professor Oyibo, which is coming up with the formula, which has rescued the Black people out of the last 2,500 years of horrors, of fraud, and every other problem that has permeated our people, primarily due to the interference by Jim Crow and the fraudulent Jim Crow factors like 3/5, special ed, all kinds of terrorism put by Jim Crow on Black people. That has been just demolished by Gagut, as I went over in the first part of this broadcast today. I explained about how Gagut has forced the Europeans to surrender, the Asians to surrender, and even this American government to recognize surrender, to understand the importance and blessing the Black people have been blessed with through Gagut and their real identity. So right now, what needs to be done is the people need to donate on the Gagut PayPal link, which will be in the live chat and be put in shortly, as well as it's currently right there in the description underneath the title, for people to donate towards the African International Science Technology Prize, as well as the Gagut Productive Education. One thing that must be understood in light of these donations is that everyone can do it. Doesn't matter who it is, whether it's your friend, family, mother, father, sister, brother, or cousin, uncle, aunt, a grandfather, grandmother, any Black person right now, any person can donate right now. The reason why the donations are critical is the only way you can send the clearest message to Jim Crow. You've recognized the power and blessing that you have from the formula on your screen of Gij, comma j equals 0. The formula is the ultimate blessing God has given to us, and it is a stamp that God has put on this formula through Professor Oyibo being blessed with eta sub infinity intelligence and being blessed through the source of where this formula came from, that must be respected. And that's one of the other reasons why the donations are critical. When you are donating towards the Gagut Productive Education, you are in effect donating to protect the legacy of Gij, comma j equals 0 for our people. It's no different than what the Jewish people did when they raised funds for E equals mc squared, or E minus mc squared equals 0. Einstein was blessed with the formula, but it was the Jewish people donating towards relativity that made sure that not only the formula was protected in the hands of the Jewish people, but also provided them the future out of the gas chamber, out of the gas chambers in Nazi-controlled Germany and Europe. It's also important to understand that the same thing has now been done for the Black people through Gij, comma j equals 0. We have now been blessed into a position where we are now the master, no longer the fraudulent so-called Jim Crow or 3/5 titles that they keep putting on Black people, trying to reinforce fraud of calling you the words that do not apply to you. But in reality, your true sense, you are now the new master through Gij, comma j equals 0. And the non-Blacks, particularly Europeans, are now the real slave. But we're not going to be doing it in Jim Crow fashion where they fight or they do engage in all kinds of violence and all type of things like that. In Gagut, we deal with the high intelligence, the supreme and ultimate intelligence through Gij, comma j equals 0. Gagut won that war against Jim Crow without having to fire a shot, without having to do any of the usual tactics Jim Crow uses in the so-called warfare techniques. So that's what you have to recognize Gagut has done. It has won the ultimate war for the Black people, but you have to celebrate such a victory. That is why the donations are critical, to understand that you are celebrating your victory into being a master through Gij, comma j equals 0. And like Alfred Nobel donated the money that he made from dynamite and other things that he had done to garner funds or grace funds, he donated money towards the prize, the Nobel Prize. When Black people are donating towards the Gagut Productive Education, as well as the African International Science Technology Prize, they are now becoming their own Alfred Nobel in terms of famous like Nobel towards donating towards the greatest academic prize in history ever, the African International Science and Technology Prize. And you all understand this point?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to bring the professor on in just about a minute. So I want you to digest this point. It's very important that you don't see this as, oh, this is just a a tactic to make money. This is about you recognizing your victory over Jim Crow and celebrating it in a way Jim Crow can watch. Because when you donate on the Gagut PayPal page, Jim Crow is watching what's going on here. When they see Black people, the listeners of this broadcast, donating towards Gagut, G-I-J, comma Jake with zero, you are sending an extremely clear message to them that you have recognized their power, your blessing, and your victory over Jim Crow's fraud and devilry that they've engaged on Black people for the last 2,500 years. This is why you have to now start donating so you can send the clearest message to Jim Crow. You are most intelligent, richest, as well as undefeatable race. And you all see that.
Yes.
Please ask questions because it's very
Yeah.
important. Praise God for that. Please ask any questions you have because it's very important you ask the questions before we continue the broadcast. Anyone? Anyone have a question? Hello? Are you there? What's going on?
No, I don't have any.
All right, well, we praise God for that. So we're going to be starting the broadcast very soon. Professor will be on in a minute. Please hold, everyone.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, please hold, everyone. The professor is going to be on very shortly. All right, get ready, so everyone. Professor Oyibo is now here. Is everyone ready?
Yes.
We're
Please
ready.
God, Miss Rock, please hold. Welcome back, fellow Gagotians.
Hello.
Did we have a good dinner?
Yes, well, we're here.
Praise God. Well,
Yes.
you're going to need that because, you know, when you reason, it takes a lot of energy. You understand? It takes a lot of energy.
Okay.
Yes. Thinking is a very powerful process, especially if you're thinking very precisely. So so where we were before was the dynamics on how when you have lower IQ teaching uh, higher IQ speeches is a very, very deadly process. It's very deadly. So in the process, you're going to really see how much of a miracle we have survived the 2,500 years. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes.
This is the aspect of your life you really haven't. People have tried to refer to some parts of it with certain names like I've forgotten what the syndrome they call it. You know, post traumatic. Syndrome and all the other stuff. You know, do you understand? You've heard terminologies like that
Yes.
used by psychologists. What happens is it's a lot bigger than, you know, because most of the part which is concentrated on physical, have basic roots in the physical dynamics in terms of assault and killing, lynching, and all the other stuff. The part which is more elusive is what it does to your IQ. You understand?
Yeah.
That is the one that is most elusive,
Yes.
but that's not elusive to in Gagut because Gagut can see every corner, every angle, everywhere. And so Gagut becomes the one therapy every Black person has been waiting for 2,500 years. Do you understand?
Yes.
Because God
Yes.
allows
I
you
have a
to see.
question too, Professor.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
When I was in high school, can you hear me?
Yeah, I heard when you were in high school.
Yeah, when I was in high school, a group of we were friends. We took a piano lesson. We had a European teacher. We learned piano, we learned beats, we learned music, we learned all, and we had fun. But the next time to sign up, she told us not to sign back up for her class again. It was, pretty, that was, I had looked forward to continuing in music and piano, but after that incident, it was so traumatic, I never even looked into it again.
So, and how many of you did she have in the class?
It was 7 Black kids together.
How many?
About 6 or 7.
Well, the scramble part of what you said. But anyway, well, that could be any number of things. That's part of what we're talking about in terms of here you are you motivated. You can feel your own interest and
and response to the system and so on and so forth, and you want to go forward, and lo and behold, you were stopped. And that is part of, you know, the syndrome. And the syndrome is actually called, because it discourages you, kills your interest, you know, and it happens in various levels and stages. Some, you know, even can drop out of school altogether. But what it is called in terms of a trauma, physical and non-physical, that arises as a result of a student playing a role as a teacher or a creature, includes what Gagut was defined as the real AIDS, which is acquired, AIDS, which is acquired intelligence deficiency syndrome. And even though the immune system is talked about a lot, and is actually, the non-blacks define that as the AIDS, the real AIDS is acquired intelligence deficiency syndrome, because it is the acquired intelligence deficiency syndrome that allow you embrace the AIDS and get it and get stuck with it. Do you all understand that?
Yeah.
That is you know, it's extremely sophisticated the way it is done, which is, again, so the people diagnosing you with the AIDS, the people who even created the AIDS, the people who yeah, and of course the medication and other things come.
Do people understand why AIDS is a man-made illness?
Exactly.
I mean, the whole, how the so-called Europeans or the Americans came into Africa in the late 70s or the 80s, so-called trying to cure smallpox. And then immediately, first of all, they did this for free. Now, when does Jim Crow ever do something beneficial to people for free?
It's no free lunch.
Never.
Immediately after those smallpox vaccinations, AIDS just comes up rampantly in the same area and same people.
Yes.
Like Tuskegee experiments, it's the same case of Black people getting infected by Jim Crow as a means of Jim Crow using that to make profit or to watch you suffer.
Yes.
You all understand that. That's a very important part to understand about the nature of Jim Crow.
Okay, so what's going on is, thank you, John. What is going on in that case again is you have a lower IQ creatures pretending to be teaching the higher IQ creatures and making them pretend it is okay. Something that is an impossibility. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, so, but they're going along with it. And it gets worse and worse and worse in the, for example, eventually you begin to see them in your religion as well. Religion was a necessity as a theory some humans were hanging on to before Gagut. But after Gagut, and that's why the Catholic Church piece becomes very important, they've realized all that was supposed to be in focus and searching for all along is the GIJ. But what happens is, in the process of the religion, which is another word for theory about God, but everything, everything you do is related to theory, and after 1990, theorem about God, because everything's about God, the realities of God. So, but they say, you know, but the whole confusion you can see, and in many ways, the history of learning is characterized by that kind of dynamics anyway. People have to guess and so on and move from there. You know, most of them, or a lot of them, are guided by verification of the guess. In some situations, like in the religion, parts of the guess is automatically accepted as infallible truth and, you know, labeled dogmas that will prevent anyone from, you know, from challenging it or criticizing it. So that's the kind of dynamic. But here you have the lower IQ creatures, or humans in this case, teaching the much higher IQs creatures, and then making, you know, forcing them to become comfortable with it, which is not possible. And the process, when you look at the Atiyah'S of n, what happens is, you see, you have an n plus 1 of 19 teaching a set with n plus 1 of 28. And so you have automatically a very confusing state, because the eta and the n plus 1 of 18, I'm sorry, of 28, is able to see 28 points, different points, on a mystery or some solution to a problem, and have them very clear in his brains, or her brains. While Jim Crow, the so-called teacher, can only see 19. So, but that is the one that's a teacher. So in many ways, when you present your picture, which is more accurate, what you see, the one that has a blurred vision or blur-up vision, is he's going to mark you down. Can you see that?
Yeah, I see that.
Yes, you know, it's going to, because it says you have 9 unreal points in your mystery. That could even give you a poor grade. Whereas in reality, you have the real, a more accurate image. Can you see that?
Yeah.
It's simply because he can't see it. You understand?
Yeah.
You can only see 19, you can see 28. The more you see, the more you understand. Do you understand? Y'all understand?
Yes, sir.
That's what we've been living with for 2,500 years. So and in that could force you into a special ed, because you know better than your teacher and force you into special ed. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, that is the kind of mental state that end up being a mental sickness. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Because you have a system that is totally in a confusion state, because the reality that you see with your actual brains is in opposition to the reality your teacher sees it in. And since he decides the grade you either go along and get a so-called good grade, or you get what is the real answer and you get a poor grade. Do you understand?
Yes.
And
Yes.
it permeates every aspect of a black person's life. For example, they give you, Sister Ra just gave an example. Other examples include when they give a piece of history and, they say, well, your ancestors were competing with monkeys on the street in the jungles of Africa. And you shouldn't complain about lynching because, back in your home, you'll be just like animals. So if you lynch here, you should not complain about it. And until then, you'll find out about Patamaga that kicked their behinds and taught, schooled them well. And then so well, they'll try to convince you, that cannot possibly be real, because they don't write that kind of history for black people. As a matter of fact, they stole his picture. That's my blood relative. It's a great, great, great uncle. I'm Menrad, the son of Hagar. And and that, he transformed on 1901. And that is, you understand, it's, that is 89 years before Gagut was revealed. But he kind of predicted it, or kind of said something about it. He said, the one that owns technology owns the land. Do you understand?
Yes.
That's what my great uncle said. It says, until you own technology, you saturate yourself with technology, you're going to have what you have stolen from you with technology. He was right on the money. That was 1901. Actually, 1900, actually, it's 90 years. 1900 is when he said that. Queen Victoria, who he had several years of wars with, transformed on in 1901. Queen Victoria of England, of course. But so the point is, so you are going through this. The word humiliation is an understatement, but you're also doing it with so much courage and so much sophistication and so much patience, waiting for a day and a time and a year that you're going to resolve that problem. And that's what happened in 1990. And, and so, but the pain and anguish and horrors of having to be taught by someone that has has much, much less intelligence than you is one of the worst impact of the last 2,500 years. So therefore, it degenerates into, like I said, we call it acquired intelligence deficiency syndrome. It's acquired because although you're confused and things are fuzzy in your mind as a result of, hey, the truth. In other words, you know about Amaga. As a matter of fact, they stole his picture, like I said. It's some kind of somewhere in the Queen's Palace in England. We have a picture of his grandfather, his own father, but but no picture of him because of what he did. He he really schooled them in terms of who Black people are, you know. So, and again, he didn't really use too much of, by way of, you know, actual, you know, certainly not a kind of massive assassination or killings. You know, he just showed them Black people are superior by showing them some biological weapons. You know, although his was in the 1800s, late 1800s, that biological warfare system existed as early as 1400 or so, or 14th centuries, you know, in the century. So, but anyway, so now another way the lower IQ individual, that is, we call it LIQ, lower IQ creatures, and the high IQ is the HIQ, you know, higher IQ creatures. So when you have a lower IQ creatures, teaching and bossing the higher IQ creatures, what happens also is that it is part of a design by them to force you to the level mentally that you can be comfortable with being taught by them. So they will use that to, you know, they will create the 3/5 thing when they know your reality, to slap it down by by 3/5 and force you to believe, because you don't have a liberty of checking your own IQs. And so they flash that in your face and continue to pump you with it, and psychological wrest you down to where you begin to accept it. It is extremely vicious. So the other thing is, they are the medical doctors and they do the diagnosis. When they do the diagnosis, if you automatically, or if they have labeled you successfully as being 3/5, which will bring your IQ from 28 to somewhere around 19 or less, then clearly they don't have to worry anymore. They say, well, you definitely must take orders from Jim Crow because Jim Crow is 19. You understand? Y'all understand?
Yes.
In some cases, however, where they could not contain or suppress your genius IQ because it's so evident, what is then done is trying to, you know, suggest you for a medical, what do you call it, a psychiatric evaluation. Do you understand? Y'all understand?
Yes.
And in the process, they will find a way to say, well, you may have a genius IQ, but you are crazy. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yeah.
And there are lots and lots and lots of Black people that are put into that process. Well, in fact, Dan McVitie and similar, you know, legends were simply written off by Jim Crow as crazy. You understand? Do you understand that? Yeah, they're simply called crazy because they're just too brilliant. You know, so they decide everything. It was in spite of all the horrors that in 1990 God came up with G.I.J. equal to 0 and shocked their system out. So what then happens is, this is where you get your resistance from, your inertia from. What John was saying before, it's like an opportunity of being in this class today. It's such an extraordinary privilege. you know, both for me and you, in the sense that for me or for you, there's no chance unless, you know, you find another brother who has, you know, that, you know, unless a black person teaches themselves relativity, it's very hard for them to be allowed into relativity class before Gagut, in the middle at least. And so that's why they didn't worry. They didn't think there would be any black person, you know, searching for the unified field theory, you know, because that doesn't belong to black people. Black people are supposed to be special ed people. So, but here you are, you're not just doing relativities. Both of them come under n is equal to 0 and n is equal to 1. But you are in a class where you're studying literally from minus infinity to plus infinity. There was no something Jim Crow can't comprehend. That is shown very clearly, among other things, like where they don't have anything on Gagut on Wikipedia. It is one of their few reasons for not putting Gagut in there. You know, because they play dumb. They say, no, we don't understand it or whatever. They use that when it's convenient. But right, you are going through it right now. You know, you're looking at, you know, the Afro-Croatian, you can see the structure of Afro-Croatian when n is equal to 1 is an electron describing an elliptical path or conic section path around the core. That is given by equation here when n is equal to 1. So many of you, it's easier for you, although how you go into the geometry of it, because all geometry, you know, maybe a little harder for some of you, but the path is given by conic sections. And like I said before, the material content of the matter is usually small compared to its distance that it describes. So therefore, the distance or the space-time becomes a more convenient, you know, image or thing to show for the particular matter. So for the Afro-Croatian system, therefore, you have, you know, a path. You know, you just display the path of electron around the core of the nucleus. So when n is also equal to 1, another conic section, this time the difference is the size of GNJ or G1J and then XJ, you know. So which will be a solar system, you know, the sun in the center and the planets revolving around it, you know. So, but again, the path is given. Now this is, you know, everything fundamentally have paths, you know, and so that's how you see the whole, how God allows me to see the whole universe. So, but it's also a measure intelligence, like I indicated before. So if it measures intelligence, you know, n plus 1 become the index of intelligence or intelligence quotient, you know, and that gives you an opportunity to see, because since eta sub n is everything in the universe fundamentally, then infinity, n plus 1 of infinity is the minimum. That's not, it's actually the value of IQ that I require for me to be able to have this pass through my brains, eta sub n, you know. Something, it will flabbergast any geometer, any mathematician, to find out all the intentions of the search for unified field theory with Einstein and everybody else, that somehow God is going to reveal the entire universe in one formula is the least anticipated kind of dynamics. But here it is right in front of you. So now, so then Jim Crow is confused, to say the least. So they use their usual technique. See, their kind of military techniques is characterized with a lot of destructions of lives. You know, they go in there and they must win by any techniques. So winning means destroy a lot of lives. And especially as was anticipated by the ultimate war, which is to decide which race is the most intelligent, which is, what this result presents. They were hoping that half of the human population, if not more, would be, decimated, would be all killed before they arrive at such a conclusion. But it happened in 1990, and not a single ounce of blood was spilled. So it marks yet another, praise God, another milestone in the human development, the human existence. And so now, in other words, the God order has now been sharpened to the point where God is talking to every creature, all creatures, all of them.
Praise God.
Praise God. To let people know where they stand. Because the universe and this understanding, deal with intelligence. And the intelligence and the geometry, are unified in this case. Because n+1 is the degree of complexity or degree of intelligence. But what intelligence is used for is to understand the geometry. So it is the most beautiful revelation, for sure. It's the kind of thing that is miraculous and, like a fairy tale or a movie story, and yet it is infallible. So then the question is, how does the lower intelligent IQ respond to this? Well, their response so far has been one of denial. Clay Math went ahead 9 years or 10 years after Gagut came out and basically said they didn't recognize eta sub n existed. And tried to, hoping their usual technique, in the military, physical military wars, there's a lot of techniques that actually focus a lot on deception. You lie in order to confuse your enemy. Jim Crow is very used to that because they have a lot of experience in terms of fighting those kind of wars, And so that's part of what is being applied by Clay Math, is to say, okay, we're going to make sure their so-called universities don't teach Gagut. Or if they do it in some kind of basement or some kind of hidden place. They can learn it and then and try to steal, parts of Gagut and even hoping to steal everything. And so, whether it's, in other words, anytime you're dealing with Jim Crow, you must be prepared for war. But the ultimate war was won without loss of life. And that is what God has ordered us to focus on and to move from there. But in the process, we'll have to deal with the damages that of the impact of lower IQ creatures like Jim Crow has been running the world for 2,500 years in terms of the toll it has taken. A lot of people were driven crazy in the process. Professor Edward Bashir, for example, graduated as the number 5 PhD in America and graduated right on unemployment. That was supposed to get him crazy because he's done what only 4 people had done before him in America in physics and yet couldn't find a job, which is one more reason why the Gagut Ed and the African International Prize funding becomes very critical. Because if that was available during Professor Edward Bashir's time, he would have taken advantage of it. You know, he would definitely have qualified for a chair at the Far Eastern Technology if it was in existence then. You know, he would just come in there, and because the award that I've given to Gagut is for eternity because of the unique nature of the revelation itself. Nothing like this has even came close to it, you know, in the past. And so when the previous individuals like Professor E.R. Walker and any number of other legends, there are quite a few university professors in there, especially the vice chancellors or, you know, or university presidents, that were there, quite a few on the board, you know, how they actually came to the conclusion that the biggest prize must be given to Gagut, because Gagut not only was blessed with the revelation, J comma J equal to 0, the most rigorous proof, verification and challenge, you know, dealing with the challenges of the equation, I mean the theorem, as well as the actual solutions to the theorem of Gagut have been blessed, have been given to me by God. That can, you know, that literally anybody can verify. You know, all you need is to get a sense, something to pick up very quickly, ironically on Wikipedia somewhere, that cannot be trusted. What are these, you know, invariants, you know, with various ends represent, you know, and then you're going to see the actual paths, you know, the conic sections when their n is less than or equal to 1, you know, and so on, and, you know, and John and company a few years back were experimenting what other galaxies look like. And it was a very fascinating thing to, you know, praise God. So now that's what's in front of you. Now, with, you know, the dynamics of low IQ teachers teaching so-called students that have much higher IQ is a reality. That's what has happened. But what God has ordered now is to get the healing through that process. Part of the healing is what you're getting right now in terms of say, well, Jim Crow has a slang that says, no, there's no such a thing as free lunch. God doesn't use it in that spirit. However, there's a sense in anything you don't go through or make some sacrifices and get, you will actually never appreciate it. That's something that is a human experience, which is why the donations are also important. When John was explaining how donation is very critical, and he said it's an extraordinary privilege, which it is, but also something that is important is your mind is the real money. Your mind, intelligence is the real money. And because God bless us with the ultimate intelligence of any race, we can't talk about being poor anymore. We're the richest race, as well as the invincible race. So, therefore, if the lower IQ races can raise money for prizes, you can see we cannot have an excuse in terms of why we should be unable to raise funds, right? You can see that, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So therefore,
Yes.
we expect that the Jewish people, not only do they have lower IQs, they're smaller in number. You understand?
Worldwide, let alone the US.
Worldwide, John said. You understand? And not just America. 30 million people is an estimate of the total number of people who call themselves Jews worldwide. And then, but they could raise money for Wolf Price. You understand? Do you
Yes.
all
Yes.
yeah. Wolf Prize and other prizes. And so if they can do it, you can do it and better. You can do it better. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, and that's number one. Number two,
Yes.
yes, actually giving money is only part of it. I mean, giving Jim Crow dollars is only part of it. You know, the other part of the giving is to motivate other people through educating them. That is what is called the God's component of the prize. You know, because if you're able to teach, intelligence is money. You're able to teach a brother or sister to see why it is an extraordinary privilege to donate, and he goes through with it, hey, you have contributed. So you will have persuaded him and convinced him it is a worthwhile thing to do. You understand?
Yes.
So that is intelligence of yours.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's your own intelligence translating into a donation. And you should praise God and feel proud about such an accomplishment. So, you know, that's a contribution, a very, very important contribution. You know, and that's what God has asked us to use in order to raise the Gagut Ed and African Technology Prize Award. That's, you know, a God order. Because after the formula in front of you, we are individually and collectively, you know, compelled to raise the funds. That's what everybody does. Y'all understand?
Yes.
Yes.
Everybody, whenever they saw equations or something that looks really weird, but yet godly and truthful, and a very huge development. People were evaluating and see if it is worth some price. Yes, this one has been evaluated 1 billion times. So, as a conclusion that says, yes, we want to thank our Creator for such an incredibly large blessing. That's what we mean by the Gagut Ed. Gagut Ed, this is Gagut Ed. What you're seeing there now is Gagut Ed. Gagut education is a productive education. And without productivity, there cannot be a guarantee on the species survival or the species existence being guaranteed. So, but in order to guarantee a creature's existence, there's an additional work that needs to be done. You got to be able to showcase your story where you don't allow somebody else to do it for you. Do you understand? Do you all understand?
Yes.
Yes, you must do it yourself. You must do it yourself. And don't rely on anyone to do it for you because you are the most interested in that particular dynamic because you want to know what you've done and how much you've done. So that's the purpose of n, eta sub n. You know, eta sub n is the formula for all intelligence, and it's been talked about, you know, very widely and everything. So that's why we wanted to show this and share this with you today. And we're going to be moving on. John, okay, I want you now to just flash the Catholic Church so people can familiarize themselves with it again.
Right? Can everyone see what's in front of the screen right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Praise God.
All right. So we have suffered a lot to, say in the list. However, we've also been blessed a lot, as can be embodied. In other words, think about it like this. People are still in denial that understanding of everything is possible. How could you understand everything? It's not possible. But geometrically, it's not only possible, it has happened already with ultimate precision in terms of being exact, which is eta of infinity. Do y'all understand? Do y'all understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Eta of infinity fundamentally describes there's nothing else there that's in the universe fundamental. Every material piece is composed of subatomic particles. That's there in eta sub 0. For Trojan's a reality. That's also in eta sub 1. The solar system is also a reality. The sun that's all shown in, from there you get galaxies. It's all there. So there's nothing outside that in the entire universe. Do you understand?
Yes.
And
Yes.
the dynamics of the nature of the content being fundamentally powerful wave is also shown in when n is equal to 0. And then you try to go over the dynamics of learning that humans have been involved in. And most of you are familiar with additions. Well, the addition happens when n is equal to -1. The variables disappear out of it and you're left with the g eta sub -1 is equal to g minus 1 j. That's it. Because the -1, n is equal to -1, therefore the x sub j power becomes 0, so it becomes a constant. Those constants can represent any number, any set of numbers, any two or more numbers that you are adding. So there are no words to describe the hugeness of what it is God has done. So you gotta have to visit and revisit it over and over and over before you could begin accepting it. Catholic Church, definitely, because like I said, when the word began to go out, I remember my friend who is Jesuit, tried to ridicule the situation because he couldn't believe it's possible. And said, gee, I'm going to go to Notre Dame and find some of those legends to break it down gently to you that whatever you have is not possible. It's not real. It cannot be correct. And I'm still waiting for him to come up with that, obviously. He hasn't been able to find anyone. Ironically, on Göttingen list, number 14 has a professor from Notre Dame in there. although the highlights, the show of the entry there, that's a Riemannian manifold, is more as a result of Riemann but that's a Notre Dame, you know. Ovadia, one of those, you know, is there, number 14 on the list. So, now, so we have suffered. I want us to know that there's no way any one of us is going to forget it. But what makes the suffering worthwhile is the price that we got, the reward for the suffering. And so it consistent with the human expectation that the African language talks about the suffering that is involved in actually getting honey. You have to battle with the bees and so on and so forth. So they say, you know, anytime you're going to, get honey, it's a war. The same way with getting what everybody wants to get. You know, the process of being ordained, by God or declared by God as the most intelligent race, natural requires some work. That's an understatement. I was used by God through that process. I knew what it entailed, especially the spiritual connectivity and the spiritual concentration that was necessary. I can write volumes on that, volumes. A journey like no other, you understand? So,
Yes.
Yeah, so as we're going through that journey of, okay, you lay out the suffering on one hand, and you lay out what God ordained as the ultimate reward, is what helps us understand the privilege of what it is. It's easy to walk away from it and say, and that was done during the Juneteenth dynamics. But this is not something to walk away from. First of all, it's not going to go away. Never. It's here forever. And it can change. G.I.J. Command equal to 0, stay the same. It's been revealed. It's been revealed. So and it has your name on it. Now, Jim Crow, of course, will try to do every kind of thing like play math, but you can see, so therefore, the clay math piece is something for you to deal with, obviously, for the sake of your children. Otherwise, you have to explain to them at some point, or their children or grandchildren, what you did with the ultimate gift given to you by God. You understand?
Yes.
You understand? But like I was saying before,
Yes.
yeah, but like I was saying before, yes, the inertia created by the trauma of acquired intelligence deficiency syndrome cannot be trivialized. It is humiliating. Look at how our names has been put in the mud. They call so-called black colleges, and they do not have any productivity at all. They're not even allowed to study their own blessing. They can't talk like Sister Ra had indicated. You want to, a lot of, musicians from our race have done incredible things, on every instrument of music, and they're talking about Satchmo and piano, guitar. Talk about Jimi Hendrix and Dr. Nico Casanda, the doctor of the guitar. And I was so glad to see Professor, Jimi Hendrix actually going to pay him homage in France. Says, well, they know me, and they try to call me as the greatest guitarist, but I try to tell them about you. He told Dr. Nico, who also transformed at a relatively early age. But that was a legend. And you name it. I mean, the Congo is incredible reservoir of especially guitarists. They are so, it's almost like every black person walking on the street is a genius in guitar. The guitar legend, see young people take the thing and it amazes me. I never ever, especially guitar, and you have them young baby 15, they're major of a big band. And you trivialize, you don't think you're going to see anything great until you begin to see them in action. You understand? So
Yes.
everywhere you went, but here you have, people who came from the originators of that, and they're trying to excel or do some piece in music, and they're not allowed to. That is part of the atrocities and everything else. But the other side of it all is that you prevailed. God ordered you prevail in the ultimate war. So what is done in the cases like this is no big deal. You prevail in there as well, because it's nothing compared to the war to find who is the most intelligent race. One way or the other, you get near your piano somewhere, sometime, and you're going to do it like you like or like you want. So therefore, but the admission of the declaration of the chosen race also came from the Catholic Church. In their foreword, you see the title of the title is right in there. See over there, Catholic Church no longer swears by the truth of the Bible. You can see that, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's right there before your eyes. In the process, to recognize Black people as the chosen race, contrary to what was believed before them. You understand?
Yes.
And how did they do that? They said, well, in their foreword to the teaching document, the two most senior Catholics of the land, they're not just some members of the church, Cardinal Cormac Murphy O'Connor, Archbishop of Westminster, and Cardinal Keith O'Brien, Archbishop of St. Andrews and Edinburgh, explain its context. They said people today are searching for what is worthwhile, what has a real value, what can be trusted, and what is really true. Can you see that?
Yes.
That's how they declare the Black race as the chosen race. Because the only thing that is really true is G.I.J. You've seen that. I continue to indoctrinate you until you understand. You are one and the same with it. Do you understand? It becomes your nature, becomes part of your blood. Do you understand?
Yes.
The only thing that is really
Yes.
true, that's something that's exactly true and infallible, When you're infallible, you can't be more true than that. You can say that, right?
Yes.
So all infallible truths, individual and collective, are represented by Gij. So you can see when the Catholic Church, what is really true, they are referring to Gagut. Very loud and clear. Can you all see that and hear that?
Yes.
Yes.
There's only one thing that is really true. That's Gij. All infallible truths, individual and collective line. So everything that is really true comes out of Gagut. Can you see that?
Yes.
Any doubt?
Yes.
Any doubts in anybody's mind?
No.
Anyone?
No.
Absolutely no. There can't be. Because it didn't say it's partially true. It says it's really true and can be trusted, and that is real value. All that are embedded in infallible truth. They are theorems. Theorems are the only thing that satisfy that condition. And you see that?
Yes.
Not to
Yes.
all and every one of them are contained. So therefore, you have seen a testimony for Catholic Church. And this also happened in November, and I'm sorry, in October, or, October, the date, October 5, actually, in the heading that was written. Okay, and it's the same year that Göttingen also came out. So you have Catholic Church on the religious side, you can call that a theory or more theoretical and metaphysical or whatever. But you also have Göttingen, which represents the more exact sciences, exact mathematics, in terms of, so both, in other words, that's the whole goal of, any righteous-minded people, that anyone pursuing or searching for the truth, any groups, if they're sincerely searching for the truth, they will come together once they find the truth. Do you understand?
Yes.
Therefore,
Yes, sir.
Gagut is what everybody has been looking for. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yes.
Both from the mathematics side, representing all of sciences, as well as from the religious side. For Catholic Church that has that reputation with Galileo, hey, they didn't want to lag behind this time. They pop up. You understand me? So they together the same year, Göttingen recognized Gagut as the ultimate truth, individual and collectively. And the Catholic Church recognized Gagut as the ultimate truth. It refers to it without necessarily using Gagut, but when there's only one thing that is really true. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. In other words, this is where people who really try to keep a low key, hoping that you're not going to be able to understand. That's where they're out of luck. They understand, because you can see that in ground zero, we picked up on that right quick. You know that we're not waiting for them to say God Almighty's grand unified theorem. For one thing, they're talking about God already. But when they say something that's really true, of course, there's only one force behind something that's really true, which is, who is God. Do you understand? But
Yes.
infallible truth, which is what is being discussed, there's only one infallible truth. That's Gij. That's it. 2 + 1 - 3 is equal to 0. That's something that's really true, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
Yeah. You can prove it. It's infallible. It's really true. There's no joke about that. 2 + 1 - 3 = 6. It's not something that's really true. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yeah, so they were not talking about that. Some of the things they both science and religions have presented before Gagut were like 2 + 1 - 3 is equal to 6. And, people are stuck with it, but that's before Gagut. Once Gagut come in, there are no more excuses. So it's a surprise for many of you that Catholic will recognize Gagut, Catholic Church. But it isn't in a very explicit way, but it's a very concrete way. You don't have to use Gagut if you don't want to. You just call it infallible truth. That's all. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you understand? That's the only thing Gagut works with. And Gagut is the only thing that is that's really true. So we received the testimony from Catholic Church that obviously has been considered as being the most most conservative of religions, and what was done with Galileo is yet to be matched by other religious bodies. They were very vocal, very loud in terms of heresy and their treatment of heresy and all that. Unlike, Protestants didn't have too much of that, or not as much. And although Islam have their own thing as well, but none of them have really surpassed in terms of the strictness and the responses and so on as the Catholic Church. So the Catholic Church have come saying, yes, Gagut, you are what we all have been looking forward to. As soon as Gagut, arrived, 15 years later, after Gagut was defended globally, with representative from United Nations and company. And nobody can say, well, heaven is now, here, and let's live a different life. So that occurred in 2005. John? Yeah. Okay. So you're going to flash Göttingen one more time. Yes. Flash Göttingen one more time. And then we go. See, in other words, these are the things that you must keep on visualizing. Because it doesn't matter how many times you see it. You need to see it one more time. Yeah, Göttingen. Bring in Göttingen. And so, and if there are any questions, please don't hesitate. You understand?
Did everyone hear what was said?
Professor.
Yes.
Somebody was explaining to me common core. What is that in education? It's called common core.
Okay. How do you spell the core?
C-O-R-E.
C-O-R-E? Did you say C-O-R-E?
Yes.
Okay. Perhaps you're talking about core curriculum?
Yeah, that's what I've heard. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yes, the core curriculum. Well, the core means, the main focus of a curriculum. Were they alluding, we're talking about, you know, the education for Black people or the curriculum of education for Black people? Do you remember?
Yes, the public school.
Yeah, no, public school has a core curriculum. In other words, the fundamental part of the curriculum or the education, you know, what is the education? And by and large, big words are thrown around, but you understand, I mean, they have very little meaning, you know, when it comes down to Jim Crow, especially for Black people. Even their own, see what is core? Core simply means what's the main focus, as opposed to, you know, additional issues, things that extracurricular, you know. Core, usually they're talking about your, you know, depending on the level, reading and arithmetic, quantitative, then you move on higher and then it becomes arithmetic, algebra, and geometry. You know, those become like the core of, you know, well, that's mathematics. Yeah, and then you still have reading and literature and all that. In other words, the fundamental, you know, you have the arts and the sciences. So the sciences, depending on what level you are in, you know, they have them grouped together. You know, the first experience of a young person, they're talking about reading and arithmetic, you know, sometimes, or depending on what year you are in, comprehension and all kinds of fundamental basics. Those that lead you eventually to, say, high school, where you're looking at, depending on whether you're on the science path, you know, there will be something called the hard sciences, you know, and not so hard sciences. Depending on where you branch into, there will be a core, you know, those that must become a requirement for everyone in that particular field. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes, something that is the centerpiece of your what you're going to be specializing. You know, the arts, they will have literature, you know, languages, maybe, you know, sometimes psychology can fit in both science and arts. You know, we have sociology, philosophy, and any number of things like that. You know, so depending on your specialty, when you go, especially after high school, there will be a core for that particular. If you are arts, those, you know, but in the sciences, okay, again, depending on whether it is hard sciences, then you must talk about math, biology, chemistry, physics. You understand? Those become core. You understand? Again, then if you're going to be measuring, you know, if you're going to go into the science department as opposed to, you know, engineering and all that, then the issue of applied and all that come on in. You understand? So that's the definition. In other words, the main focus is what core is. So they will develop a curriculum that focuses.
Okay.
Yes, develop. You know, they will, you know, give you the courses that relate, you know, the most important, the central, the very heart of that department, of that concentration, the heart of it. You know, like I said, science. Usually, if you're in the sciences, sometimes they differentiate science from mathematics. So if you're in the sciences, then definitely physics, chemistry, and biology are core in the fundamental sciences. Okay, they're still hard, hard sciences. so math sometimes is singled out, but otherwise they're together. Science and math many times are combined as a big department, a big faculty, a big, program. So in that case, then there will be some math, but not, the physics, chemistry, and biology are more core for general science than mathematics. Mathematics tends to, be by itself usually, although the others will be, be working with the math. So it's about what is the focus of a program. You understand?
Yeah.
Do you understand, Sister Ra?
Yeah, I understand. Thank you.
No, you're welcome. Now, so now over here, like John went over before, you can see there. So you see in the Catholic Church, over here, they didn't necessarily use Gagut directly either. Do you understand? Everybody picks their, but they are talking clearly about Gagut. Everybody has their own way. Sometimes they use the words that are not necessarily related. The key word by most people is actually theorem. Okay, theorem was, there in a Catholic Church piece, theorem, in terms of something that is really true. That is another word for theorem. You understand?
Yes.
Or infallible.
Yes.
Yeah, so both of them use that. And over here, of course, they might, they're more focused on the grand unified theorem. The title is longer, but for a mathematician, that's mind-blowing enough. You understand? You don't need those other details. Grand unified theorem, because that is, this guy never thought there was such a thing like that existed. David Hilbert never, never, you understand? Not for Manco and Eldest Legends. You understand? You don't know any of these folks. You probably heard about them, but you never thought you could be, be sitting in a lecture given by David Hilbert. You understand? I never thought I could do that myself. But so therefore, you can see what we're dealing with here is an incredible act of God. And certainly, this is Gauss here. Okay, 12, 13 years old when I was in St. Augustine, and the name Gauss was popping up. I never thought one day I would be on the same list, be the closest human being to Gauss in a discussion of the greatest mathematician. I never, that was not something I thought was heading my way. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, so, just like I never thought Catholic Church would be referring to my work in mathematics someday. Do you understand?
Yes.
So it is mind-blowing and light years energizing kind of dynamics. And so therefore, when you look at Sir Michael Atiyah, he definitely was hoping. Remember when we were talking, the staff was talking to him and asked him, well, did they remember the Göttingen celebration? Oh, yeah, he was so excited. He said, yeah, man, I remember. I said, well, your work was listed on number 19. Said, yeah. Field medal selection, yeah. But did you remember who was listed on number 26? He wasn't very excited anymore. You understand?
Yes.
there was less
Yes, sir.
there was less enthusiasm, you know, and I've had to tell him, well, that's head of department here, Professor Oyibo, you know, and he was, you know, so later on he will come over here and John will actually meet with him face to face. And John, did you give him a copy of Göttingen again during that time? Probably was in the package, yes. Yeah, it was in the package, you know, and so on and so forth. So the unthinkable really happened. So it wasn't something anyone could think of. And so you know, we're mingling and we're communicating right now, but it's still hard for you to believe that you will be talking to a creature endowed by God with ultimate intelligence. It's the only way I could end up with these people in this list. So when things look complicated, use the basics, the fundamentals, in terms of, okay, you see someone listed in a group. Sometimes the group could be just wacky, but most of the time the group defines, you know, its members, the group. And all you need is find one member of the group, and then you will get a sense of the other people. Do you all understand?
Yes.
And so in this case,
Yes, sir.
the most is Gauss. You see, Gauss, you know, the only thing they could be talking about with Gauss has to be mathematics. And it cannot be light mathematics either. Do you understand?
Yes.
You don't list Gauss in there, because if you want to talk about light mathematics, you will not be able to bring Gauss in there, because there will be a lot of people. You know, when you're talking light mathematics or small mathematics, there are a lot of small people that you can list, and you won't have a you by the time you reach Gaut, the real, you know, legends, you're out of space. Do you understand?
Yes.
But when you go from the other end, of course, then you want to list, and as you can see, you know, you understand, there's Gauss here, and that's yours truly right here, the closest individual to Gauss. So, and that was still an understatement, because whereas Gauss had a finite number of theorems that is associated with, mine is infinite. You understand that?
Praise God. Yes.
Praise God. Gij is
Yes,
infinite.
sir. Praise God.
Praise God. It's infinite. It's unending. You know, and they're very proud of it. You see, they put that dot in there and say, but it's grand unified theorem. You know, Einstein, as a mathematical physicist or theoretical physicist, couldn't talk about theorem. You know, it was already unrealistic for him to talk about unified theory. You know, so that says that's why they were not really thinking too much of mathematicians, because during the time of Einstein and Hilbert and Einstein were contemporaries. I think Hilbert was a little older, you know, but Einstein came into Göttingen, you know, to how can I say it, get advice, seek advice from David Hilbert, the contemporaries. They were contemporaries. So you understand, when we were in the graduate school, I never thought I would be, you know, a million miles, you know, below David Hilbert. You understand?
Yes.
It's not something, you know, but that someday, you know, I'm going to be, you know, 2 steps above Hilbert is, you know, if I woke up such a dream, I'll probably say it was a nightmare. You understand?
Yes.
And certainly that I'll be classified, I'll be celebrated along with Gauss. It's not just a celebration for my family and myself, but for the extended family of the Black race and entire humanity. Do you understand?
Yes.
Because of the content
Yeah.
of Gagut has is blessed with. So, and you are privileged to therefore be part of the presentation like we do here regularly, because what I'm teaching you is all there is to be taught. Do you realize that?
Yes. Praise God.
If you learn anything else, it's either a bogus expansion of what you've been taught here or wrong. You understand?
Yes.
Yep, especially if Jim Crow teaches you. They confuse your brains by forcing you to see things. That point is so very important. I can't begin to emphasize it more. Do you understand?
Yes.
It's a crime. It's an extraordinary crime to force somebody to learn from a person with a lower IQ than them. Do you understand?
Yes.
That you really can't learn anything from them. I want you to picture that confusion that comes in your mind. When someone that can see things with less clarity and, with a broad vision is trying to teach you with a 20/20 vision.
Can everyone understand? Does everyone understand?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's go.
That's what is responsible for the inertia that you have right now in God. Makes your mind fuzzy. You're tempted to trivialize it. To say, oh, this can't be nothing. How could a Black person be involved in something that is the ultimate? Because you're struggling with your 28 plus mapping. And they want the 19 mapping that Jim Crow tried to force you into.
Please hold, everyone.
Yeah. So now, what are the dangers of a lower IQ set of creatures teaching the higher IQ creatures to the society? Does anybody have an idea what are the dangers to the society as a whole? Anybody have an idea what
Traumatic.
Traumatic, that's definitely one of them. What could end up with that society?
End up retarded.
That's right. Also right. Very, very right. There's also a gap. In other words, as the most intelligent race whose minds have been paralyzed is creating an artificial hole in the continuum of creation, from God being the pecking order, right, the highest, and the black race coming, next, and then the non-blacks, and then the animals, and so on and so forth. The natural order, they say, the God order. So by paralyzing the black race, a gap, and that gap really is a discontinuity, or an attempt at creating a discontinuity between God and the rest of the creatures. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
A large gap.
Yes.
A large gap, which in a way, how do you say it? Affects our lifeline. Kind of like a baby, before birth, the umbilical cord that is connected to the nutrition from the mother. In terms of the reversing. In other words, what was happening is like a reverse, but through inversion of the pecking order in terms of how information is supposed to flow. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I do.
The flow of the nutrients is supposed to go from the mother to the baby. The baby has nothing to give to the mother by way of nutrition. So when the baby tries to pretend to be giving something to the mother by way of nutrition, that's going to endanger the baby. You understand? Do you understand? The baby is going to be in danger. The baby doesn't have anything independent, to help themselves, let alone trying to help the mother. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
This is what has
Yes.
this is what has been happening to humanity for 2,500 years. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
So the trauma, if it was to continue eventually, you can see a point where the whole creation was going to collapse. Because Jim Crow won't be able to hold themselves together. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
With their own intellectual power. They cannot sustain themselves. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
So by going out of their way to suffocate and paralyze the main force or the main source of their own survival, it is what is generally defined as suicidal. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
That is suicide. The suicide
Yes.
in the works for 2,500 years. You understand?
Yes, sir.
And it's characterized in many ways by myopia, short-sightedness also. Because they can't think. See, what I'm saying has, for a small-minded person, they can't visualize. They have no time to think about it right now. Do you understand me? It's like, we're for the moment. Makes us look good, let's go with it. Do you understand?
Yes.
So there are already comparison to us as special ed already. It's all they could give themselves. Without Andrew J. Beard, there was no rocketry. Oh, they take it, polish it, and say, well, they put their stamp on it right quick. Do you understand?
Yes.
The Germans, you know, at some point referred to the rotary engine as the Wankel engine. You know, in fact, it's a black man, Andrew J. Beard, without any formal education from Jim Crow system. You know, and any number of other things. So the short-term techniques, you know, which is hide then steal and put in their name on it. They never consider what it could lead to in the long run.
Greetings, everyone. Mr. Cruz, how's everyone doing?
God is the greatest. Brother Cruz, how you doing?
Hey, man, I'm hanging in there, man, by the grace of God.
Well,
Praise
yes, you know, you think Gagut whenever you
Yeah.
have time. Do you understand?
Praise God, Mr.
Praise God.
Hello, Mr. Glover. Listen, I'm gonna listen to the momentum presentation, and once again, thank you very much. And at the end, I have some questions and some comments to make that I want to be able to share tonight with you all.
It sounds wonderful. Sounds wonderful. Sister
All right.
Rod, did you hear Brother Cruz? Sister Rod there?
Yes, I did. Hello.
Okay.
Yes, greetings,
Miss
Mr.
Q.
Cruz.
Hey, Miss Q, what's going on?
Yeah. How's it going?
Excellent.
Praise,
I
Praise God.
wasn't for a few
praise,
days, but we're still here.
praise God. Praise God.
Yes,
I
praise
wish
God.
I wish John is able to get hold of Myers. Myers? What's his name? Owen, yeah.
I'm gonna
Okay,
put
all right.
myself on mute.
Yes, go ahead and you know, it's wonderful, nice. So you can see here, in other words, this is a very heavy topic, as you can see, right? You can all see, right?
Yes, sir.
When a baby is pretending to be the father and the mother, that's calamity in the making. You can see that, right? In some of the comedy shows, they display what happened when the 2-year-old is in charge, or sometimes even older, and what they do in the kitchen. They are you know, trying to bake some bread or whatever they're baking, or cake or something like that, and the whole you know, kitchen is like a bomb explosion. You understand? So when you have babies trying to impersonate parents, especially when at the young, much younger age, that is nothing to play with. Do you understand?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
for 2,500 years, humanity has been in extraordinary danger, a real danger, of Jim Crow trying to pretend to be in charge. So it's an act of God that loves us so much that brought in the dawn of the Gagut age of intelligence in 1990. You understand?
Yes.
You understand? And there have been a few scary moments. you know, the 1945 and all that, you know, the destruction that occurred, you know, was scared a lot of people. And since then, there have been all kinds of things and so on and so forth. And Gagut was supposed to usher in a different level of that. Yes, it's not just different, it's the ultimate.
Hello.
Okay? Hello?
Yes, I just came back.
Aha. Well, nice to hear you back, because you have your colleagues here. They're all delighted to
Yes.
see you back. That's brother.
Yes, nice to see you guys.
Yes. Say hello to brother Owen. Owen. Sorry. Yes. Owen. Y'all
Mr.
understand?
Owens. Mr. Owens, good evening.
Good evening,
Yeah.
Super.
That's brother Cruz. Brother Cruz.
Cruz. Okay, brother Cruz.
Yes.
Can I just chime in real quick with a question?
Yes.
Or,
Go ahead.
or is now a bad time?
No. Well, were you following what I was just talking about recently?
No,
Just a little bit?
no, I wasn't.
Okay.
I just chimed in. Should I be
Okay.
up to speed on that, or first, or should I just
Well,
ask the question?
what I was going over, because I had indicated to you the role playing. I don't know if that's a proper terminology. Role changes or role playing dynamics that has been
Yes.
going on. Huh? Did somebody understand that?
Yeah, I did. I'm following what you just mentioned, which is you said is a role play.
Yes, role. Yeah, you know, in other words, the black race was playing the role of non-blacks, and the non-blacks were trying to play the role of the blacks. Y'all understand?
Yeah. In etymology, it says that the Moors, the ones that civilized Europe, you could look up in the dictionary and you can find that, like you said, the non-blacks, they were considered black, and the Moors were considered a white person. You understand?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Absolutely. So, Brother Owen, what we were trying to deal with there is, you've heard about any number of things that happen to us and all that. And for many people, that takes them into near depression, if not an outright depression.
Mhm.
But there were things that are more vicious. How can I say it? In terms of an attack on the human mind for the black people, like being referred to as having no brains,
Mm.
being classified as 3/5 of humans. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Many of the brothers and sisters, you know, come to me. I'm talking about folks anyway. I mean, old and younger. They'll come to me and say, "Brother, how do we deal? You know, Arabs, black people in the Arab world and everywhere, and I'm pretty sure in the Spanish world as well."
Yeah.
Because the Arab Bay is where Arabs came from. Many people don't know that. Arab Bay in Spain. So the point is, they will say to me, and people, you understand me, they can't hold that back. He says it hurts to be told, well, you know, you are the son or daughter of a slave. You understand?
Mhm.
And with all that how you feel inside, it just knocks you in such a way, you know. And I said, hang in there, brother and sister. I'm done with you. You'll be so delighted that somebody even used that terminology for you. That's what we did. Take a look at what is on the screen. You understand?
Yeah.
And then you will know what it means to be called slave. You
I
understand?
would like to say something.
Yes.
What you're doing, Professor Oyibo, is raising the consciousness of Black people.
Yeah.
And just basically like reprogramming our minds to believe in ourselves again. This is something that I think you are like, to me, Malcolm X reincarnated, if for lack of a better explanation, because Malcolm X was trying to do the same thing, but he didn't have the tools to do it. He didn't have the tools, so he didn't succeed at his goal. But you have already succeeded at your goal by just getting people online and getting us interested in something, in a subject that has been scary to so many people, which is mathematics. I mean, you talk to everybody and they say, "Oh, I'm not good at that." Before you even get before you even finish saying the word mathematics, they're like cringing. They're going into a corner to cowl.
That's right.
And what people don't realize is that math explains everything that there is in the universe. Everything.
Precisely.
And I want to add on to that.
Yeah.
When I was about maybe a month or so, we were having a dialogue, Miss Professor Glover and I, and Professor Glover was sitting there. He was trying to go over, the Jim Crow theory, which is a very dangerous theory, the 3/5 theory. And he goes in and he explains to me what a reciprocal is, F representing the false IQ given by Jim Crow. And then that going over that, it solidifies everything, because it's totally, you put all of your emotions to the side and you just focus on the numbers. And the numbers give you an idea of, okay, so if my IQ is over 100 and something, then my intelligence or my thought patterns are so different from the norms. Like, I'll give you an example. Professor Oyibo revealed, and I want to read this, so I'm very precise in what I'm saying, and I'm not just going by memory, but I'll read this very short message that I put out on Twitter for the audience, and it's very simple. 1 second. I'm looking at my feed right now, and it's basically it's not nothing basic. It's nothing of it is really basic. It deals with more or less can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Well, yes.
Okay. So what we're dealing with is intelligence in regards to Afro-Crojan. Now, we know that Afro-Crojan is a super element, which is a combination of 117, 117 elements. It says this. It says this on the blog. It says on the Fapit blog. It says, therefore, gold, which has 79 Afro-Crojan units, can be fabricated by combining calcium, which has 20 Afro-Crojan units, with praseodymium, which has 59 Afro-Crojan units, or Ca plus Pr equals Au. 79 Afro-Crojan units, 59 Afro-Crojan units, 20 Afro-Crojan units. And that Ca, 20 Afro-Crojan units, plus Bk, 97 Afro-Crojan units, equals Gargatium 117A. Now, this is very important to me, because what I was reading, what my research turned towards ancient Egyptology, and I found out a term that is very, and this is where I want to get Professor Oyibo's input, is that if we study computation and swarm intelligence of ants, because ants have certain, how would you say, they build, they build. And so I think that the Egyptians studied the way that ants work together and built mounds. And so when you go on, the other thing that can be done, it can be studied upon if we take an observation at and it's brief, because what they did was they put a certain chemical inside of a ant mound, and they a couple of minutes later the patterns of the caverns where the ants live. You understand? So what I'm saying is that if we take these same liquids or we do the same fusion in the machines, Professor Oyibo, are you following what I'm saying? If
Yes.
if these liquids are used in the machines and then they are processed and placed inside of the mounds of the ants, they can still make a they can make gold, faster than a machine. You understand? Even faster than a regular a computerized machine. You understand what I'm saying? Do you follow my train of thought?
Yes, we do. Sir?
So that's what I was looking at. That's what I came across. I saw that there were Egyptians describing ants, and if you take a look at mainly a lot of hieroglyphs, you see them. You can see that they're lined up. You see, so I studied that, and so if you were to take a machine and you were to add all of the 117 elements and have Afrotrojan, and you have that substance, and you place it in the ground, I guarantee you that there's proof, there's evidence that I've seen it right here on my YouTube channel, and I was just watching a little bit a while earlier, and I wanted to bring that to the attention of the professor because this is what God revealed to me through Professor Oyibo.
Praise God. Praise God for that.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that.
Oh, and did you have anything else that you had on your mind you wanted to say or talk at this time?
Yeah. I'm looking right now at looking at the actual video where I have it in one of my accounts, and so I wanted to share that with the audience and get them to look at this. This is profound knowledge. Once you discover that the theory is just what is the fog that they build around the correct Gautical educational formula. Once you have that in place, your mind, once you get a hold of what your real IQ is, and you go based off that, and you involve yourself with Gagut, the Fappin Institute. I mean, you can go real far. You understand? Eternity.
Praise God for that understanding.
I think we need a change. We need a change where to take place in society with this whole theory thing. This whole theories are beliefs, and why do we care what belief somebody has when we have the capacity to prove things? We have the science, and we have the technology, and we have the engineering and the mathematics to prove things, rather than base them on just an idea, a flittering idea. I mean, that's just like a theory to me is like a thought. That's just a thought. You could have a thought about anything.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, folks, you can all hear yourselves in the voices of the individuals and collective. I was always hoping that you meet yourself and you make notes of each other, and you're going to eventually see a reflection of yourself in the other brother or the other sister. Do you understand?
Yes.
There is the individual and then the collective thing. And in the process, you're going to evolve through how you did what was considered impossible. Survival, the ordeal for 2,500 years. And coming out on top like here. You understand me? You come on top like here. That's where you are. Can you say that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's where you are. You're right on top. See, when you are right on top, it's not some bogus words. This is their own word. It says you are in charge, as in you are the master. Do you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Praise God.
Praise God.
Right?
Yes.
Praise God. You are the master. So the real master is identified. Can you see that? The real masters are identified. That's what it means. See, this is the Russians right here. Putin hates me because Putin was, you know, as a matter of fact, he began to use the word invincible before this thing came out. And he says the Russians are invincible. And ironically, they're trying to, how can I say, they were celebrating the victory against the Germans. The famous about during the Second World War. And John, you remember the war with the Germans, you know, when they burned their cities as the Russians were. Okay, but they did
World War II with the Russians.
That's the war. You remember what the, you know, what's, yeah, but the city, you don't remember the city, but Leningrad? Stalingrad. Okay, because Stalin was there during the time, and so and they were using the word. They were celebrating that victory against Germans, and because they burned down their farms and their homes as they were living their city, and so the Germans found themselves in such a difficult position. They use that as an example of their invincibility. But what was being, in reality, the invincible race was the Gagutian race, the black people, invincible. Because their rhetoric or their boasting ended them on number 2. And they shared the number 2 with somebody. But here, blacks did not share the group with anyone. This is the median, and it's in a class by itself. And just like the studies from Yale indicated, the black people singled out, the non-blacks were grouped together. We didn't share anything with the rest. We are unique because there's a gap of 9 points in terms of IQ points above everybody else. So now that's what defines the master, the real master. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Yes.
The master the master is the teacher, is the professor, is the one that tells everybody else what is the truth, the infallible truth that nobody else knows. The masters know that. And you see that?
Praise God. Yes.
Praise God. That's what it means.
Praise
So
God.
therefore, so those one that try to take a shot at a Hollywood script that we played out, do you understand?
Yes.
The so-called slavery. See, first of all, it is forbidden to use the word slave for black people as a God order. It's forbidden. You cannot. You just call yourself a moron because you're slaves. Black people can't be slave to anyone. They are truly. That's, if you didn't know that before this is what proves that infallibly. Grand unified theorem. Grand unified theorem. That's what proved that. So everything that has been done up on that point is part of a military strategy. You understand? You fool around. You know, people say, "Come in, master, come, master," but you don't mean it one bit. You understand me? You only ridiculing the person. Do you understand me? Until you reach this point, and then it is cemented in a Gij, comma J equal to 0 forever. You understand? And the force is Yale. Now, Yale will consider itself equal to Harvard. He doesn't, Yale doesn't, as far as the Ivy League is concerned, they don't see themselves lower than Harvard. You understand? And Clinton, the two Clintons were in Yale, and they ordered them to check, say what's going on. And they were given the sad news. The black race is a race of masters. You'll understand.
I love it.
Yeah, well, this one came from the supreme headquarters of the European supremacy, Göttingen. The supreme
Yes. Yes.
At the supreme headquarters of the European supremacy. They colonized England. The great-great-great-grandfather of Queen Elizabeth, King George II, of England, founded Göttingen University to replace Cambridge and moved the headquarters from Cambridge University to Göttingen University. That's where this declaration came from. So it is the biggest thing that has happened on that kind of competitive dynamics of humans. When they do the bullshit with regards to Berlin Conference, black people, my great-great-uncle, he ridiculed them, until they came on his shores, and then he told them, face to face. That's Ptah Amen-Ra, the son of Hagar. His picture is still in the Queen's possession in England currently. Amen-Ra, or Ame, or Amen, Amen-Ra, the son of Hagar, Amaga is what it's called. That's my great-great-great-uncle. Because they didn't want any of you to see what he looks like. His father looked like Paul Robeson, a little taller and bigger chest. He was murdered. Right in the palace. Coordinated by a guy called John Lander. Within a year, they have killed him. And that's what got Ptah Amen-Ra, the son of Hagar, very angry. And then he was a young man. He murdered his father. Another Ptah has to be sworn in. And he says, listen, folks, this is funny. You see, and the reason he killed his father was because the father, the King of England, this was around 1820s. The King of England had heard about the Gala Kingdom. They knew the Gala Kingdom regrouped from Kemet around 600 AD, somewhere there. And they knew they were there, but they were keeping a low profile. So when they discovered them later on, they wanted to play a trick, and kind of what happened in Haiti, where they invited the legend in there that kicked their behinds. Okay? And to come to France, where Ptah Amaga was invited, not the Amaga, the father, Ekelaga, was invited to England. And so they sent a Navy admiral with a lot of decoration on a boat from England right to Ida on the River Niger. And then delivered the message and said, well, the king would like to see him and everything else. And the Ptah Ekelaga told him, he said, listen, as the Ptah black race, the only person, the only entity you can could visit is God. There's no other creature that the king of the black race can visit. If the king wanted to want to see the Ptah, he's welcome to come to Ida, and he will be received over here. That's what they told them. And the admiral, was in a shock, but he was dealing with that, trying to deal with that shock until it was time for the banquet. And the Pata Ekalaga told them, say, well, you finish your message. And then they said, oh, there was no woman in the group. So he said, well, boys, let's go and eat our banquet. So the admiral had to be, they were interpreting it because the official language for the Pata is Gala language. Okay? The Rasta language. Is, that's the kind of language, the original African Black language. So they were translating. I said, well, what did the Pata say? So they translated to the admirals. Well, the Pata said, boys, let's go and eat banquet. And they said the man, the admiral almost he was sinking to the floor when they rescued him. In other words, he was responding to being called a boy. Do you understand me? The Pata Ekalaga called everybody there boy because it's a Pata. Pata means the father. The rocky, the core of the people. The Pata, the rock. That's where the word Pita comes from. Pata is the actual terminology for the pharaoh. They all derive from Pata, father, the rock of the family. So the Pata called the well decorated. So the guy, they said he looked on his shoulder and felt his shoulder if the decorations were there or not. Because he was wondering how on earth he could be called a boy by any creature or any human being. This was the time when they were talking about the sun never set over a British Empire. Do you understand? The sun, the sun never set. So he called, and he was properly called. Of course, that set, expedition. They came to Ida, and within a year, an expedition was headed by a guy called John Lander. And within a year, they murdered my great uncle. What, by any such imagination, at the end of the story, the son was a young man. They said, listen, you killed my father. The only way you can get away with it is if I never became the Pata, but he did become the Pata. It was one of the worst nightmares in the history of the relationship in recent years between the British and the Black people. And part of the thing was what happened to his father was what happened to the brother in Haiti, Boucher. You understand, who kicked the behinds of France. Because they did invite him and then imprison him in France. And it was roughly about, it was the technique was being used by Europeans then. So the Pata said, no, you can't visit anyone. That's the law. And so then they did that. Of course, they declared the so-called, Berlin Conference, 1885, and the son refused to recognize it. So they dare him, and they came on the shore and they asked him for a ton of gold. Otherwise, they were going to invade the Gala kingdom. And it was one of their worst nightmares. The king sent them human feces as a gold. You don't know what it means when an African gets determined to do something. Do you understand? So in the process, they did engage in a war across the River Niger, and the war was decisive, absolutely decisive. They had nothing left. They had to run down to Benin. They were kicked so hard, but you don't see that in the history books. And Ahmed, the son of Agar, died in 1900 exactly. Queen Victoria, who she fought with, for many, many, many years, also transformed on in 1901. So 1 year, in terms of the year they both died. That was a legend. And the word he left Black people with is, one who owns technology owns the land. In 1900, exactly, that's what he left Black people. So there's no way, shape, or form Black people can be slaves. That is a word that is erroneously used. It was a script. It was a Hollywood script. So you talk about Booker T, Washington Carver. As a single Black man, he had the rest of the world, especially Jim Crow, the backs of the wall. You understand? He could have allowed them to starve to death to get even for what has been done to Black people. But like I've always told you, he chose life over revenge. And those are the people, those are, the characters, the real Black people. Black people can only act if they, you understand me, you can match Black people. They know, they can feel it in their veins. They are superiority over others. So you want to clown and fool around? Go ahead. But they never lose the war. It's not possible for Black people to lose war against any other race. If it appears like it's happening, it says a script. You want to become master? Go, no. Now who gets called master since 1990 is the one with the G(I)J, comma J equal to 0 and ALMIGHTY'S of infinity forever. Do you all understand that?
Yes.
Because, praise God, because what's the purpose of a war? There's only one purpose: to decide which side is superior. Isn't that right? Which side of the war has the finest mind, the most powerful mind?
Right.
Because the mind is needed for designing and building the hardware for the war, and the mind is used to map out the logistics and the strategies to win the war. Do you understand?
Yes.
In both cases, it's the mind that is the deciding factor.
Yes.
The third will be, something Jim Crow doesn't. What are the rules? Jim Crow doesn't have rules. You understand? He will do the lowest thing in order to win. Do you understand? So therefore, fundamentally, the winner is supposed to be the one that's more intelligent. And so when God defined my intelligence very loud and clear to be absolute infinity in terms of ALMIGHTY'S of infinity, that ended that war. The war ended in 1990. There can't be any real war anymore from there. There's no, what are you going to be proving? You can't change the formula. You can't take the universe from ALMIGHTY'S of infinity. It's not possible. So it's done forever. So therefore, it stamps out any disrespect from any quarters. But it was also done without spilling an ounce of blood. Now that is more than icing on the cake. Can you see that?
Yes.
No set of creatures have been able to do any war without killing people. The ultimate war was fought, and a decision arrived without spilling 1 ounce of blood in 1990. Now that's what we're talking about. That's what has happened.
Yes. Yes.
So
Praise
it defined.
God. Praise God.
So it decided once and for all who are the masters and who are the slaves. Can you see that?
Yes.
you know, a lot of nonsense has been floated around. Arabs were so-called doing so-called slave trade and all that. People were just acting, you know, they were just acting because they can kick anybody behind anytime they feel like. You know, one human being, one carver, you know, they didn't know, you know, look, you supposed, how could you compete in war with somebody that is a giant compared to you, you know, midget in terms of intelligence? There's no comparison. That's not war anymore. That is, you know, committing murder. So that's why each time we corner them, we just allow them to go, because the African philosophy is one where the Africans like to see, they will feed their opponents to stay alive and well, so they can say, yes, master. Do you understand me? To recognize the Africans as the masters. That's how Africans do business. Because when you kill your opponent, you've lost the war. You understand? So your opponent can't call you master anymore. They can't say, gee, you were the winner. They can't say that when they're dead. So you're going to have them around? Say, yes. You the one with data of infinity, IQ. You the one with Gij, equal to 0. We know you're the master. That's the tune that's began 1990 and goes on forever. Do you all understand?
Yes.
It's over.
Yes,
It's over. It's done. Absolutely done. They can't, because see, it's Riemann equal to 0. That's Einstein. The Jewish people will tell you, they sing the tune. They said it's the basis of power in the 20th century, because it helped win the Second World War. But do you know how many Hiroshima? We don't even want to talk about it. The other side knows that black people decide to build a bomb. It's about losing a whole solar system. Nobody wants that. Solar system can be done. That, and the mechanics are very, like the guy from Princeton. It says it's so simple relatively. Huh? Linus Pauling, that's the name of the guy. He was one of the researchers. That's what he said. He said it is simple to do, you know, and the evidence already. Then they know if African bomb ever goes up, that's the end. Not just this planet, but you're talking about the star going along with it. The people understand, they know better. So they know who is the master, the race of masters. But the damage that it has done is what needs to be paid attention right now, which is the suffering that people have to go through while playing this role as, you know, anybody else except being themselves. You know, where they call people masters, they call them teachers, they call them professors, they call them all kinds of things that, or even pretend to be worshiping them in some cases. Do you understand? That took a lot of toll. And not to deal with that, now we have to gently now go over the realities. It has done a lot of damage to humanity. It has stagnated the progress of humanity for 2,500 years. The whole concept of we conquer this, we conquer that, they're conquering every day. Do you understand? How could you be conquering every day? When are you going to celebrate what you conquered? Do you understand? And conquering simply means destroying lives and property. So, but now there's no need for conquer. That's what are you going to? Black people have conquered the world already.
The end of war.
End of war, the war that ends all war, and it was a bloodless war. That is what is. That is what. That is very. We challenge anyone to. You can't even. There's no way you can match. You can't repeat. You can't reproduce it. Not possible. Because you can't find another Gij command equal to 0. Nor can you find etas of infinity. No, it's not possible anymore. So what needs to be done is to internalize the Gij command equal to 0 and etas of n. Now, you're seeing the recognition and the surrender to that God order. God order is this, and the human order that was playing the role of a God order before this has surrendered appropriately, has said, yes, God order is it. With that symbol before that lined up, okay, you have Gauss, you have Oyibo. You see that? Oyibo is the closest, but they have to put the person being celebrated directly. They were celebrating Gagut, just like they were celebrating Gauss. Now, this guy here is Einstein's contemporary and friend, and they competed for relativity. Most of you don't know that. Einstein used Riemannian geometry. Riemann was a student of Gauss. And David Hilbert was the head of department while Einstein was going through the use of Riemannian geometry to formulate general relativity. And it was indicated both Hilbert and Einstein both had their own versions of relativity. But Einstein, David, kind of kept quiet. So therefore, they were competitors. But in this list, you not see Einstein is not here in this list. Okay, John, I need to scroll the thing and to get in stock. You understand? Einstein is not here because primarily the people they focus on here are geometers. The geometers. So David Hilbert, will be the one that will be showcased. I want to be able to scroll down. So you understand this is a lot of history here. A lot. All right? So you can see, from the list that's at the top to the bottom here, this is the centerpiece. There are 52 works. Okay? This is the guy I was talking about before from, this guy here, Ovidio, Hallen, Chan Chang, geometric mechanics of Riemannian manifolds. That's Riemann. Riemann, that's the son, the academic son or the PhD student for Gauss, right? Now, the Riemannian geometry, that is being discussed here is what was developed by Riemann, who received most of the instructions from Gauss himself. Okay, that's it. So in terms of the highlights here, the individuals, and this from Notre Dame, this mathematicians are from Notre Dame University, but the focus is really on Riemann, because there's a Riemann. Now this is, this is a legend from Göttingen, just like him, a little less, and from Moscow, from Russia, from Enko and company, they're nothing but legends here. But Russia is here. A very first input was, Avramov, trend into commutative algebra. Use this. They're hoping to use this to develop the grand unified theory. Oh, well, look, you have a journey that you're embarking on. And here is Atiyah. Yeah, he's so angry. Sir Michael Atiyah. He's 7 steps below Gagut. Can you all see that? You see?
Yes.
Yes, 7 steps below Gagut. Okay, let's see here. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. So you can see, look where Atiyah is.
19. And on
It's number 19. Gagut is right here. If anybody told you this verbally, you would never believe it. All right? It's a that's equivalent of the admiral that came to Ida to talk to my great uncle. Okay? Sir Michael Atiyah is right here. Okay? Fields Medalist Lectures. All of them combined to compete with entry on number 26. They lost out. They're not just runner-up. Then they said, look where they are. They're down here. Can you all see that? Can you see that?
Yes,
If
sir.
you saw Michael Atiyah, you'll be running with to get an autograph from him. He sat in the Newton chair, the other Newton chair in terms of the master of Trinity College, so-called master. You understand? That's what Sir Michael Atiyah last role was, as the master of Trinity College, and of course he was. Okay. Yes, okay. So that's what Atiyah is. Because you are defined by the group you keep. When it's not working. Who are the members of this group? Gauss. Gauss is 1. So if you're a mathematician, you see the name Gauss, you're familiar with Gauss. We're not familiar with mine, So you say, well, okay, so, but who are in the group that Oyibo is in? Okay, you would say, okay, if you're a mathematician, you have heard about David Hilbert. His nickname is the last of the great mathematicians. He has 69 PhDs that he supervised. Of course, you have Michael Atiyah. By the time you see those 3 names, you will know who Oyibo is. Do you all understand?
Yes.
You all understand that?
Yes.
They would define who Oyibo is. They would define Oyibo. If you know enough about Gauss, then you know more about Oyibo. Oyibo is the closest person to Gauss in that listing. Do you understand?
Yes.
Then if in addition you know David Hilbert, the man who has trained 69 PhDs in mathematics, and it's in the same company, 2 names below Oyibo. Do you understand? 2 names below Oyibo. Except Oyibo is in the center, the very center. There are 52 weeks in a year. Oyibo's work is featured exactly in the center. So those of you who have any statistics knowledge, especially Gaussian distribution of data, you know the center is where the most important is located. Do you all understand?
Yes.
The center of the show. You don't put riffraffs in the center. You all understand?
Yes.
And look who is competing with that center, who are the closest to the center. David Hilbert. Wow. You understand? And for Fomenko, that's another legend from Russia. Fomenko sat in the same chair as Euler sat in. Are you sure this is a black man? I'm sure that's what you ask yourself.
Why not?
That's right. Well, you understand? So, you know, so then Sama Atiyah, who you were thinking, oh yeah, man, you know, because he's shaking the world supposedly right now with a fraud. What you need to tell him is Oyibo has the last word, recognized as having the last word, not Atiyah on mathematics. And you also
Yes.
It's number 7 below Oyibo. He's not the one that's in the center, so he can be calling the shots in math. Can you see that?
Yes.
He's number 7 below count. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's where he is. But he sat in Newton's chair. But this guy sat in Gauss's chair in Göttingen. Did you know that?
Mm.
And this one sat in Euler's chair in Moscow State University. There are 3 representatives of their very best 3. That's Gauss, represented by David Hilbert, Fomenko representing Euler, and then Atiyah representing Newton. They all competed very hard for number 26. They all lost out. The best came from the representative of Gauss at week 24. That's the best. If they had put David Hilbert on number 26, quite a few mathematicians that would have forgiven them, but the Germans didn't want to take a chance because Hilbert was a legend, absolute legend in mathematics. But they also knew he was competing with the God Almighty Grand Unified Theorem. But that's the totality of mathematics. Look what David had as an entry: knowledge and mathematical thinking.
Been a long time since I've touched of anything. And for tonight, I might delete this. I'm not 100% comfortable going it this way, but
Who is that speaking?
Sorry. I apologize for that. That was not me speaking. That was something on my phone.
Okay. Okay. All right. So you see, so that's what we're talking about here. That's what we're talking about. This was the war in itself. For Göttingen to go through this ranking and everything, that was not a joke. They had so many legends to pick from. And lo and behold, the most unexpected landed up in number 1. Number 1. On top of everybody else, because everybody's contribution collectively, they're all collectively finite, because they have a finite number of GIJs in terms of new theorem in their own lifetime. So you multiply that by 52 is still a finite number. You understand?
Yes.
Or 50 or 51. There were 52 entries. So if you add, you understand me, add Gauss's, then, you know, you understand me? So you multiply that 52 by their finite number of new theorems they came up with during their own lifetime. It's still a finite. But if you compare that with the God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, which is infinite, infinite number of theorems, past, present, and the future included. When you can pick any number that you want to represent infinity, large enough that will make their collective contribution that is finite approach zero. You all understand?
Yes.
I don't want to get you going, folks. Are you getting a sense of the story here?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Everything that Gauss did is swept out through a couple of eyes. You understand me? The GIs, couple of them. The same thing with Hubble. They're all finite. There's nobody has a grand unified theorem. They never thought it was even possible. So when the Göttingen Academy saw that grand unified theorem, not many of them, it's can't have, and it's proven, it's all verified. This happened after the defense, the global defense in 2004. So there was no guesswork whatsoever. They knew exactly. The Germans were there in Nigeria. I was interviewed by the German broadcast after the defense. There was nobody in the United Nations was there. One of the members of the United Nations team came from Jamaica, have his card somewhere. And the ambassador himself showed up from Canada. And he came and shook my hands and said, "Congratulations. I can feel the clenching teeth." He wasn't congratulating me. He was disgusted like hell. You understand? But you understand. So it's all right. So what has been washed away is the disrespect of God and the disrespect of the black race. So the challenge now is how you pick up those pieces and return back to yourself again. You are described by the content of your character. But your content of your character is embedded in the GIJs. All right? That's what you're returning back to. And that all these people here call you masters. That's what they're calling you now. All right? So that is the beginning. But a lot of damage has been done to humanity already, because humanity has been pretty much stagnant for 2,500 years. But it's now time for us to move on with our lives. And if Carver was in the business of killing people, even though we have the ability to kill more than any others, people in the history of humanity, there's no need to kill anymore, right? Killing can't change Gij, J equal to zero. There's been enough suffering as a result of the stagnation and black people losing their minds for trying to act something that is not even close to reality. You understand that? You understand? Do you all understand that?
Yes.
Something that is not close to reality. In other words, see, the IQ for Jim Crow on the average is 19. The IQ for chimpanzees and the high end of the animals is 15. You understand?
Yes.
So what happens is Jim Crow can keep maybe a pet, a small chimpanzee or whatever, keep them as pet. And perhaps be able to, whatever, the pet, treats him as a master or something like that. You understand? So the higher IQ is always the master. It's not the other way around. Jim Crow doesn't go calling chimpanzees master. You understand? I don't even think they will even nickname a chimpanzee as master. Do you understand? Have you ever seen one? You have seen Jim Crow calling a pet, the chimpanzee or whatever, master?
No.
Okay, but if you look at the gap between Jim Crow and the black people, 19 from 28 is 9. So if a gap of 4 is what qualifies you to call the people that are 4 steps below you master. Do you understand? Or that they call you master. 4 gap. We have 8 gaps. I'm sorry, 9 gaps, more than twice that gap. Don't you see how unqualified Jim Crow is to be our slaves? Can't you see that?
Yes.
That's the reality that you now have to try to adjust to. And you see that? Animals can be treated as slaves or think that you can just, disrespect and so on and so forth. You don't disrespect somebody that is way above you in terms of intelligence. That's not real. It can only be done by acting. There's no way that can ever stick because it's not possible. It's an illusion. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Just like a baby cannot be a mother, the mother to the baby's mother. Is that possible? Is that possible? A baby cannot play the role of a mother. It's simply not possible. So if you pretend, okay, so you all laugh about it, but it's not something that is close to possibility. You understand?
Yes.
The baby cannot give birth to his or her mother. You understand? You all understand? Yes. Now that's the Gagut age, okay? John, any questions? I like to deal with that issue that is very painful to quite a few black people, in terms of the disrespect. You understand? The summary is simply that on your way to heaven, you're going to have distractions. That's the nature of things. It's not all fun, when you're going to a major milestone. Do you realize that? When you hit a major milestone, there are a lot of challenges, some that are necessary. Do you understand? There are some that are necessary. Okay. Hold on, everyone. Pull up, move up now.
Can everyone see the page in front of them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Could you read this out loud, Mr. Owen? Mr. Owen, could you read what you see in front of you?
What's that?
Can you see the page in front of you?
It's hard for me to read because I'm on my phone.
All right.
The type is
Mr. Bash, can you read it?
Yes.
Can you read the page in front of you?
Iya Abubakar, born the 14th of December 1934, is a Nigerian politician and mathematician who held cabinet-level appointments, Minister of Defense and Minister of Internal Affairs during the Nigerian Second Republic, and Senator for Adamawa North from May 1999 to May 2007.
Okay, and then the paragraphs underneath, I'm scrolling up.
Abubakar was born on 14th December 1934. He was educated at Baruwa College, University College, Ibadan, later to become the University of Ibadan, and earned a PhD at the University of Cambridge. He worked as a visiting professor at the University of Michigan in 1965 and 1966 before being appointed as professor of mathematics at Ahmadu Bello University at the age of 28 in 1967. He held this position until 1975, as well as a visiting professorship at the City University of New York from 1971 to 72. In 1975, he was appointed the vice chancellor of Ahmadu Bello University, a position he held until 1978. Abubakar was a director of the Central Bank of Nigeria from 1972 to 1975.
Then the later career, the first paragraph.
After the regime of Lieutenant General Olusegun Obasanjo handed power back to an elected government in 1979, Abubakar was appointed the Federal Minister of Defense, holding this office until 1982. From 1993 to 2005, he was the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of Council of the University of Ibadan. In the late 1990s, he served as the director of the National Mathematical Center at Abuja and chaired both the National Manpower Commission of Nigeria and the non-governmental Africa International Foundation for Science and Technology.
Did you read that last part? African International Foundation for Science and Technology. That's the same group that is awarding Professor Oyibo the African International Prize for Science and Technology. You understand that? You all understand that?
Yes.
Praise God.
Yeah.
Praise God.
Pull up the motion.
In front of you.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, praise God. Okay. Now, you notice here, this is 2005. The same year, the Catholic Church made their pronouncement. You understand? Remember that was 2005, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And then the same year, Göttingen made their declaration. And this was March. I left Nigeria in December. Eve of the Christmas day, 24th of December is when I left Nigeria. It was war, 30-day war in terms of defending Gagut, you know, on behalf of the Creator and the rest of the creatures. I mean, the creatures. So the point is, it was decisive because, you know, that's where all the statements were made, all these conclusions were arrived at in terms of Göttingen. But before Göttingen, even the Catholic Church also, but before all those was this motion here. As soon as that was concluded and everybody was, you understand me? When I challenged the whole world before the camera to find a creature, I don't care if it's from this planet or no, let them challenge Gij, comma, j equal to 0. That made so much impact, it kept on, it's still vibrating in the world. Every language were wondering how in the world a creature can challenge everybody else to find a fault, find an error in a revelation that is the ultimate, you know, the ultimate revelation. That has never happened in the history of humanity. A tiny bit, somebody could brag about, well, it's perfect, try me. But even that, I never heard anywhere where even Gauss, you know, told people, hey, challenge my proof of the fundamental theorem of algebra. I never heard him say, you know, say, challenge me. You understand? You understand? You understand me? But
Yes.
the godliness of Gagut was so overwhelming, you know, because of this whole nonsense that has been put on Black people's image. The slave and all this nonsense. You understand? How could the most intelligent race be slaves to anyone? Their very name says it's not possible. The word gala is where gallant came from, as an invincible race. How in the world they could call somebody's master? As an somebody's illusion, you know. So what happened then is it was clear after Gagut. I mean, in the United Nations meeting where the United Nations was present, Professor Atiyah was sitting down there and they were asking for his opinion. And I've never seen him talk with so much confidence in his life or in my life. The vibration, you could feel the awe in the air. So it was time now, since there's no prize for Black people to win, because Black people are in a class by themselves. They're 19 intelligent points higher than everybody else. So they can't be winning the same prize with the rest. African International Prize has to be established, because Gagut has proven us to be the most intelligent infallibly. We can't be dealing with, you know, average members of the human family. That's the purpose of the dynamics. Plus an insult that was thrown our way by Nobel Foundation refusing to give a Nobel Prize, even after the most legendary, you know, mathematical mathematicians and everyone recommended Gagut for Nobel Prize. So a person who spearheaded that situation was none other than a world-class mathematician himself, Senator or Professor Senator Atiyah Abubakar, a little while ago, along with a younger person, Dr. Senator Chris Adeguji, and Senator Nicholas Yahya Ogbane. Whereas evidence abound from monuments and inventions reveal Africans and their descendants as the pioneers and leader of the world's first civilization. Today, it is also evident they have continued to pioneer inventions in the modern era. That's where it began. It tells our diasporan experience, summarize that for us, and a little bit of some history. And so, just bear with me for a second, okay? Okay. Okay, so most of you know what existed before already. Then I'm just going to focus on just the main summary of this section, which is recognized by the American Mathematical Association, AMA, and the European Mathematical Society, EMS. The equation is capable of solving all mathematical problems. It's a God order for me to indoctrinate you about the infallibility of Gagut being the solution to all problems. So you have absolutely no doubt whatsoever in your mind what we're talking about and the size of it and what it means. So here in a mode of a Cambridge toned down version of the statement says, the equation is capable of solving all mathematical problems. For those of you who are familiar with quadratic formula, quadratic formula is capable of solving all quadratic equations. That's equivalent. So if you replace Gagut equation with quadratic, or Gagut equation is to quadratic formula, solving all mathematical problems is to solving all quadratic equations. Will replace mathematical problems. Can anyone understand that parallel? In mathematics, we prove by parallels. Can you understand that?
Yes.
Those of you who use the quadratic formula, you know that once you're giving a quadratic equation, you could use the quadratic formula to solve any of them, right?
Yes.
The quadratic formula can solve any and all quadratic equations. Can you understand that?
Yes.
Understand that? Do you all understand?
Yes.
So if you replace the quadratic formula with Gagut equation, especially the Gij, equal to 0, or the solution, which is eta sub n. That eta sub n, where n varies from minus infinity to plus infinity, is capable of solving all mathematical problems, just like the quadratic formula is capable of solving all quadratic equations. Can you see the parallel?
Yes, sir.
So once you understand by your usage of quadratic formula, then you now can understand what it means to say eta sub n is the solution to all mathematical problems. Can you see that?
Yes.
How about Bash?
Yes.
How about Brother Owen?
Hello?
Yes, can you see the parallel between the statement here and the statement that you're familiar with, which is the quadratic formula? Have you ever used the quadratic formula?
I'm sure I have. It's been a while. I haven't done math in years.
No, we understand. We're not saying you should do it right now, but you remember it's a formula that when you put in the parameter of any quadratic equation, you can compute the actual solutions, right?
You may have used them in electrical engineering for substituting second
What did he
order
say?
Yeah, well, John is suggesting that that you may have used it in electrical engineering.
Yes, for second order ordinary differential equation. In some cases, to solve them, you have to substitute the differential equation for a quadratic.
Oh,
my memory is fried. Okay. So
no. We're not going to specifics. It's like, see, for this statement,
even my knowledge of the stuff is just so fried. It's just, I know I was doing it. I know I was there doing it, but I don't remember it. I don't remember the.
We're not challenging memory here. It's just the concept, basic fundamental.
Okay, the concept. Yes. Okay.
In electrical engineering, when you have second order ordinary differential equation to represent sometimes the resistance and impedance and all those type of things.
Impedance. Okay. Yes.
Yes, when you have the second order differential equations, sometimes you have to substitute them from a differential equation into a quadratic equation in order to get the solutions to the differential equation.
Okay, I'll trust you on that.
X double prime plus 3x prime to plus 2.
Yeah.
The roots you could substitute that whole thing into an actual quadratic equation where instead of x you have r, and you have r squared plus 3r plus 2.
Yes.
And then you can break that down using the quadratic equation to get the roots of 2 and 1, or -2 and -1 being the answers.
Of the operator. That's d dx or d whatever.
Yes, that's correct. I was using Newton notation. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So the bottom line is, when you have a quadratic formula, you use it in solving all quadratic equations. It's presented then what is called closed form, exact form. So this statement here is the infinite expansion of that, because that's a very clever, very well recognized contribution in mathematics, that you can solve all quadratic equations by just using one formula. So the parallel here is that Gagut equation, particularly the solution eta sub n, is to the quadratic formula, and solving all mathematical problems is to solving all quadratic equations. Can you see that?
Yes.
That is the analogy and parallels that are used, that are very basic in geometry, in terms of proving a point. This is to that as this is to that. So if you understand one of them, you understand the second one. Can you see that?
Okay.
So, the quadratic equation or quadratic formula is to eta sub n as the solution to all quadratic equations is to all solutions to all of mathematical problems. That's what we mean by The constraint is Gij, comma j equal to 0, and the actual solution is eta sub n that I was going over the other day with you all.
Yes.
It gives you a way to understand what is being spoken there by Cambridge-trained PhD in mathematics. Cambridge-trained professor in mathematics. That's him leading the group, and you have to convince them and check, everybody checking him out before he made the statement and put it into a vote in the Senate. And the whole world had their say. I mean, remember the world. I mean, everybody, lots of mathematicians there who were challenged to take issues with the who couldn't. Absolutely, you can't. It's there. So there's nothing like it before, and there can't be anything like it before and after.
I think the only challenge we face is when you're dealing with racism, because when you're dealing with a black person, unfortunately, because of white supremacy and because they're the ones in power, they don't respect anyone below, so-called below them. And so this is why you've struggled maybe to get the whole world to well, maybe it's not that. Maybe it's just getting people, like I said before, about the mathematics thing, where people just don't know about mathematics. The people in your field respect you, and then you've proven that. It's just people on the periphery who don't respect it, and it's just a matter of time, really.
Well,
and history will tell the story.
Well, yeah, the whole point is the truth doesn't offer you a chance of, just on your own choice. You realize that? The truth is the truth. The truth will shove itself down your throat.
Right. Absolutely.
That's what we're dealing with. That's a God order. It's not like a human order where you say how this 2 + 1 is equal to 3. Where is the chance for a personal opinion there?
So now what we have here is an equation that solves all problems. So now what we have in going forward in life is problem solving, finding solutions to problems. And that's the beauty of it, is that all the problems that have plagued mankind can now be solved.
Absolutely. Beginning with
1990.
Go ahead.
This has been known since 1990, the year that I went to college. And I had just imagine if I had known that, you see, and then they keep this, but they could, I couldn't have, because you were developing it. But
it was exploded, and Columbia had all the Gagut books as I lost count, but every book that I wrote in Columbia University's library.
That's where I was in 1990. I was at Columbia University.
Yeah, well, it was exploding then. That mostly was the Pentagon was really in control of some of the dynamics there.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
And what's ironic is that was the first time I struggled with math, and I couldn't explain it. I couldn't. Something was going wrong in my brain, where I had mastered math. I had mastered any math that I'd done up to that point. I did the BC, the calculus exam. I got credit for calculus. And then all of a sudden I struggled. I started struggling, and I had no explanation for it. I had no explanation. I tried to find all kinds of reasons why this was happening. And I think really what it was over there, somewhere else, someone was working on something bigger, and that was you.
Yeah, okay. Because I don't know if he's here. Yeah. Just a second, sir.
Well, see, no, in other words, there are immediate issues that has been resolved already that we need to be aware of, which is they're toying with our minds.
Yeah.
That is the one that's
bad. That's bad. That's very bad. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a priority, because In other words, so, and this is the part of the
Can
theorem.
everyone see the letter, by the way?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Now, this is the central part of that, of where we are right now. Professor E. Abubakar spoke for us and he caught hell, but he's a legend, he's a warrior. And so see, that's him, that's Professor E. Abubakar. That's him, Senator Professor E. Abubakar. Okay, he's the chairman of the foundation, like he said in his bio before. This is another legend. This guy has been ambassador of Nigeria to America. You know, any number of legends who are on this list. This is a cousin, you understand, a legend, a vice president, or actually a president of two universities. Another, I mean, you name one legend after another. Okay, this is another university president. You have 5 university presidents, most of them within disciplines in sciences, hard sciences. Okay, Professor Jibril Aminu was a medical doctor. His PhD is a professor of medicine, medical science, so on and so forth. All right. It's also in medicine. This one is agricultural economics. And these are wealthy people. Maazi Homeboy was a pharmaceutical millionaire. Tundeko, another millionaire. Gamade was very famous, and you understand, that's the kind of caliber of people that get on the board of this thing. And so it goes on the basis of the supremely, and this is part of the healing. In other words, Black people haven't had a chance to award any respectable prize for 2,500 years. Because Jim Crow was kidding himself and trying to make us look like we have no brains. But God got even by now declaring us with the ultimate intelligence. There's no room for anybody else to surpass it. That is part of the frustration, but they asked for it because they tried to, disrespect the creator. And creator got even by locking them out of ever even thinking of trying to come near Black race intellectually ever again. On the basis of the supremely powerful recommendation by the distinguished Nigerian Senate through their unanimous adopted God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, Senate Motion 151, March 2005. 2005 was a heavy year. Gao celebration, the Catholic Church recognizing Gagut as what everybody was looking for, and the Senate motion, that same Senate motion. 3 heavy things happened there in terms of Gagut. The world was shaking. Co-authored by the mathematics legend, mathematics professor, Senator E. Abubakar, following their very rigorous global review and verification of Gagut infallibly and exactly to be the infallible solutions to all problems of mathematics and all other disciplines, which compelled the Nigerian Senate to demand that you, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, through whom God revealed Gagut, be recognized by awarding you, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, the greatest academic prize in history on behalf of the Black race and rest of humanity. We are writing to convey to you an African award for excellence in science and technology of the African International Foundation for Science and Technology. The award is in recognition of your strenuous efforts through God's revelation to you, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, during 1990 of the Grand Unified Theorem, or Grand Unified Theorem of everything, the ultimate theory of everything, otherwise known as God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, Gagut, or Gij, comma j equal to 0, which is revelation by God to you, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, which infallibly prove that all theorems, that's infallible truths like all created things and all things that exist, are all infallible solutions to all problems That's what you saw in the motion before. And all equations representing all those theorems, past, present, and future, originate out of one invariant, Gi, which infallibly defines and proves existence and the nature of God, the creator, with orthogonal components, Gij, and the divergence change of Gij, j equal to 0, which is the holy grail of mathematics and physics, as well as all knowledge of infallible truths. This is the theorem and equation Einstein and other science and mathematics luminaries search for unsuccessfully. Also for God revelation to you, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, the geometric solutions / infallible proofs, eta sub n G is equal to Gnj xj to times xj to power n plus 1. To G, ij, comma, j equal to 0, and hence all fundamental infallible solutions and all fundamental infallible proofs of all problems and theorems, respectively, including the clear math 7 toughest math problems, whose solutions were revealed by God through Gagut during 1990, roughly 10 years before clear math was established to announce those problems, which began the dynamic of fraud. And hence this award recognizes, that wasn't in there. Hence this award recognizes and honors you, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, for your infallible Gagut solutions to all those clear math 7 toughest math problems, particularly for your infallible Gagut solution to the Navier-Stokes problem, AMS PASI 2001 0576 D06. The numbers are specifically given in terms of the reviews by the American Mathematical Society and European Mathematical Society. So it's an extraordinarily global dynamics. EMS Chichoka, Chichoka, ZBL 0905 35063, and for your infallible Gagut G2J solution to Riemann hypothesis problem, given by G2J of eta sub 0 equal to minus eta sub 0 natural log of 2 plus natural log of u as a function of eta sub 0 times a e to power I into 2j plus 1 pi. That is the infallible solution to Riemann hypothesis. Now, it's important for you to understand it is what Atiyah and Clement is trying to steal in order to keep your problem going. Because in the process of them trying to forge your IQ and give you a wrong IQ test is to confuse you when they're supposedly teaching you and making you see all points mapping into one point in your brains, which is a fuzzy view. Compare that in your own natural state, you can see 28 points being mapped to one point in your brains, which give you the kind of clarity that is far superior than Jim Crow's. Do you all understand?
Yes.
So in that way,
Yes.
he's dragging you down to his level. Yeah, Jim Crow is trying to drag you down to his level. So the only thing they know how to do very well, and I don't know if very well is the word, I don't think it is how to rob you. You know, they steal your things every time, your natural resources. They try to steal your brains. You understand? Or certainly the content of it. Andrew J. Beard and all these legends, even peanut butter. You understand? They try to steal it. It's all Jim Crow can do. That's how much brains they have to do because they can't do anything on their own. So you can see how dangerous they are to themselves by trying to kill Black people off who are their lifeline. Can you see that?
Yes.
It is suicide for Jim Crow. That's how I was comparing it to a child that is trying to block the umbilical cord or try to feed the mother, you know, when it doesn't have any other source. The mother gets the food and share with the baby. The baby doesn't have any other source. So if it's rejecting or try to, reverse the flow, the child will not take any time at all before they starve themselves out. That's what Jim Crow does to himself. But they have inferiority complex in the sense they don't really value their life very much. That's the whole secret of their so-called success in the so-called conquering. They go into a war ready to die. That's part of what is thick skin. You understand? Because if you committed to lose your life, you can walk towards winning the war. But killing is not a purpose in itself, not the end in the war. It's supposed to be part of the means to the end. The actual end is to determine who is more intelligent. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Yes, that's what this is the exact solution to the Riemann hypothesis. Jim Crow gives you a bill of goods. So, well, you saw Atiyah says, he has solved the problem. This has not been in existence. A G2J paper titled God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, Gagut, Gij, J equal to 0, has revealed proven solution to Riemann hypothesis, a clear mathematics millennium problem by Professor Gabriel Aldo Oyibo, Grand Unified Theorem and Grand Unified and Radical Mathematics Research Journal, November 2010, volume 1, number 1, pages 23 to 310. For Piece of Technology, YouTube pages, there playing as we talk. Atiyah has a copy of it and wants to present it as his own solution. It's the only way Atiyah could have any correct solution. It is so pitiful. He disgraces Newton, and it exposes it was all stolen from Africa in terms of a dismantling of Timbuktu and calling it Oxbridge in England. But thank God Professor Yabwaka was over there. Okay? So, the reviews, AMS reviews, a SAG that is Yom Corot, a French mathematician living in Spain, I believe, 98E 83007, EMS GBL 0929530055. Professor E. Abubakar / Professor L. Dambo conclude G2J to be the only valid solution to the Riemann hypothesis because it's exact. It's exact. Anything Atiyah would have after 28 years that is correct must already been here already. So he is either a thief and a fraud, or what is is pushing the people's mind, just like it pushes Black people to believe they are 19 intelligent when they are in fact 28 plus. He's trying to push a fraud. For you, they are simply trying to respond to this, and they go into fake news, they go into fraud, and trying to insult your own intelligence. The only thing they could have that you should listen to is the one that came from here, because this is the exact solution. It came out of Atiyah's Urban when n is equal to 0. That's it right here, exactly. Atiyah had this, he cannot challenge it. All right? So they declared G2J to be the only, didn't say, didn't call Atiyah's name in there. And Atiyah has already studied it. Since 2010, Atiyah has received information about this, and 2015, he saw every details, as much details as they need. He had this. So, and he's saying he saw this, and that's an insult on humanity. But they don't have anything to lose because they don't value their own dignity. They don't mind telling you nonsense. They live for the moment. They're politicians at best. You understand? So, E. Abubakar and his representative, Professor Dambo, concluded G2J to be the only valid solution to Riemann hypothesis and has been revealed through Gagut during 1990, 28 years before Atiyah. Claim our reviewers, they have not been able to disagree, and they cannot fairly disagree with the infallible Gagut G2J solution to Riemann hypothesis, together with all other problems, past, present, and future, as well as God revelation to you, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, that hydrogen defined by Gagut as the Afrotrojan is the only real element on the periodic table and not 118 plus elements as was believed before Gagut. And in the process, God revealed to you how to produce gold and any other precious metals from Afrotrojan or any other non-precious material, for instance, sand. You, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, were also blessed by God with the understanding that eta sub n represents all of the fundamental components of the universe, such as eta sub 0 representing all subatomic particles, eta sub 1 through eta sub infinity representing all the various hierarchies of the solar system and galaxies. And so eta sub n with n varying from negative infinity to plus infinity has exactly transformed the totality of the universe into all of the universe's fundamental components through which God allowed you, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, to understand the totality of the universe. This is part of our therapy, ladies and gentlemen, because this is telling what God has done through the Black people, which must be recognized. Otherwise, Jim Crow, see, they're trying to steal one by one and hoping they're going to, change everybody's perception. That's where they work on. So, and that's going to make your life more miserable. So by going through this, you're reminding yourself what God has blessed humanity through you. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Yes.
That is don't consider that as a waste of time at all. You are indoctrinating yourself by reading this document, who you are. Can you all see that?
Yes.
That's the purpose of this exercise. Hitler had said, or the Nazis had said, in their campaign, if you lie in the morning and you repeat that lie in the afternoon, in the evening, even you who knew it started as a lie will now begin to believe it as the truth, as the power of propaganda and power of repetition. You all understand?
Yes.
Well, in this case, there's a huge difference between telling a lie. It's the exact opposite. In this case, you're telling the infallible truth. That's all Gagut deals with, as we went over earlier. Do you understand? So if you're repeating the truth, if you say the truth in the morning, repeat it again in the afternoon. In the evening, you begin to believe the truth. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes.
That's the way God wants you to live a life. God based your life on the truth because you yourself are a truth. You have a G-I-J. Do you understand?
Yes.
You're an infallible truth. Your language is supposed to be an infallible truth. And that's what Gagut is. So you are indoctrinating yourself with infallible truth. That's how you reach heaven, because you have to be able to speak infallible truth before you face to face with your creator. Do you all understand?
Yes.
Yes. The same language with your creator, otherwise you can't be with your creator, right? Makes sense, right? Right?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
You don't go speaking Jim Crow language with your creator, right?
No.
Nope.
You'll be out of place, you understand? So that's why you're learning now. You're learning the infallible truth, because everything associated with GIJ is infallible truth. Do you all understand?
Yes.
So eta sub infinity was also revealed by God to you, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, to be the rigorous proof of the God Almighty's grand unified theorem, Gagut, Gij, comma, j equal to 0. You, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, were blessed by God to also understand that intelligence transforms complex realities like the universe to their fundamental simpler components, with which to understand those complex realities, just like eta sub n transform the totality of the universe into all of the universe fundamentals components, through which God allowed you, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, to understand the totality of the universe, which is how God revealed to you, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, that eta sub n and intelligence are one and the same, and that eta sub n exactly defines intelligence. You, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, were blessed by God to also understand that since the geometric solution eta sub n, where n varies from negative infinity to plus infinity, fundamental and geometric represents the mapping of polymorphism of very real complex space-time geometries onto the mathematical space-time geometries like the human brains. Eta sub n, where n represents how many different real space-time points can be mapped onto a single point in the mathematical space-time like the human brains. The higher the number of n, the higher the number of points mapped onto just one point in the mathematical space. This is how you understand. First of all, this is the working of the brains, as you can see. So human brains, eta sub n, and hence n represents the level or index of intelligence. God thus bless you, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, with understanding of eta sub n as exact explanation of how brains work. Eta sub infinity, through which God bless you, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, with the understanding of the totality of the universe, represents infinite or ultimate intelligence, and n is equal to infinity, represents the infinite / ultimate intelligence level and quotient designed by God for you, Professor Gabriel Oyibo. And God bless you, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, with ultimate intelligence of eta sub infinity. Eta sub n, where n varies from negative infinity to plus infinity, was revealed by God to you, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, to fundamentally represent solutions to all problems. For example, God revealed to you, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, the G2J as a function of eta sub 0 to be the Gagut infallible solution to Riemann hypothesis. God also revealed to you, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, that when the value of n approaches infinity, the fundamental building block for God or the universe, where the resulting eta sub infinity is the absolute infinity that defines God as the one unbounded space-time of intelligence that we call the universe, that can't expand. All of this, God's revelations to you, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, have been verified by large numbers of global mathematicians and scientists, together with all global mathematical and scientific organizations and universities, which include Professor Yom Karo of the American Mathematical Society, AMS, Professor Gregor Sagas of the European Mathematical Society, AMS, Professor Echichoka, AMS, Professor Pazzi, AMS, Professor A.D. Conklin, AMS, Professor Alex Animalu of the National University Commission, NUC of Nigeria, who's a Cambridge University trained mathematical physics professor, Professor Iya Abubakar of the National University Commission of Nigeria, NUC, who is a world-class mathematics professor with a PhD in mathematics from Cambridge University, and other renowned mathematics and mathematical science professors like Professor George Handelman, the former Brown University math professor, Professor Edith Lutyens, whose academic grandfather is a mathematics legend, Professor David Hilbert of Göttingen University, Professor L. Librescu, a mathematical science professor and the hero of the Virginia Polytechnic Institute, VPI massacre, Professor Robert Lowy, a famous aeronautics professor from Georgia Tech, Professor Eugene Brunet, famous aeronautics professor from Princeton University. Professor William Sigmund, a famous mathematics professor with a PhD in mathematics from Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, naming just a few. These are folks, I mean, not you understand, these are reviews all over the world. I want to name literally everybody that is somebody in mathematics has reviewed Gagut. You know, American Mathematical Society, AMS, MR 98E 83007, European Mathematical Society, AMS GBL 0929 53055, Göttingen University Greatest Mathematician Ranking. In honor of Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss, considered to be the greatest mathematician since antiquity before Gagut, during the Gauss year 2005 commemoration, where they recognize Gagut as the greatest mathematics works, past, present, and future, and hence recognizing you, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, to whom Gagut was revealed by God as being the greatest mathematician of all time, with the ultimate intelligence of ethers of infinity that can't be surpassed, past, present, and the future. And by making the Gagut revolution the center of the commemoration, the week 26 of the 52-week commemoration. And by recognizing Gagut as the God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, they have also recognized that all infallible solutions mathematically defined as theorems are infallible truths to all mathematics problems, including the clear math, 7 toughest math problems, particular infallible Gagut solution to Navier-Stokes problems, and the infallible Gagut G2J solution to the Riemann hypothesis problem have all been infallibly revealed by God to you, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, through Gagut. The National University Commission of Nigeria, together with the global evaluation of Gagut, along with the Nigerian government, issuing a Nigerian postage stamp in honor of Gagut. An evaluation by world-recognized mathematical physics professor Krishnendu Dasgupta that compelled him to conclude that Gagut has recognized you, Professor Gabriel Oyibo, as being, in his own words, more close to God than any of us. In addition to this conclusion, the foundation was compelled by the resolution of the Nigerian Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, co-authored by the mathematics legend Professor Senator E. Abubakar with a PhD in mathematics from Cambridge University, as contained in Order Paper 151, dated 15th March 2005, which recognized that Gagut has all infallible solutions to all problems of mathematics and other disciplines. That if we want other nations, indeed, the world to recognize and appreciate accomplishment of African geniuses, African nations should, as a matter of urgency, create mechanisms for recognizing and honoring the geniuses and great exploits of our race. That this Senate, distinguished Senate, do urge the federal government of Nigeria. Okay, can you move on to the other page? The alliance with other members of the African Union to immediately institute the African International Prize for Science and Technology with prize award money higher than the Nobel Prize. We're a super race, a race of geniuses. That's why. And that it is necessary and expedient for Nigeria and other African nations to make legislative provision for the enthronement of African International Prize for Science and Technology. And that Professor Gabriel Oyibo be honored as the first recipient with the maiden edition of the award. That this Senate congratulate Professor Gabriel Oyibo on his achievements and honor him with the invitation to address this distinguished Senate in the chamber on his God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem. The foregoing resolutions of Nigerian Senate, which is the highest legislative authority of the most concentrated blacks in the world, and the result of appropriate authority of the foundation confirm your outstanding credentials for this award. This is the highest, not too bad. The highest prize for academic achievement in the history of mathematics, science, and technology, because Gagut is the greatest revolution of a discovery by God to any creature. And necessary high-profile arrangements will be put in place for immediate conferment of the award, and the date and venue of which will be communicated to you in due course, please. You are requested to know that a public lecture, scientific lecture on the subject of this award will be delivered by you as part of the award ceremony. Accept our congratulations. Prize money of this award is equivalent of $2 million every year for your lifetime. However, beyond your lifetime, the award continues in the same amount, which would become part of endowment for financial technology. The home for Gagut, defined by God to be the ultimate university and universal headquarters of intelligence for all creatures. For African International Foundation for Science and Technology, Professor Petagorongo, Director General. Can you all see that?
Does everyone understand and see that?
Yeah.
Praise God.
So now we have to raise them up.
Everyone has to now understand the goal now that needs to be accomplished is the raising of the funds through the donations towards the Gagut Productive Education and African International Science and Technology Prize funding. That is now your privilege. And you all see that.
Yes.
You all see that. Can everyone else see that?
Yes.
Praise God.
That's what remains to be done.
That's all that needs to be remains to be done now.
All right, it's done.
The most difficult part has been finished.
God has blessed the most difficult part to be accomplished through for coming up with the G2J solution, along with the GIJ, common J equals 0 formula, and the H sub n formulas through Professor Oyibo. All that's now required is our people donating on behalf of the African International Science and Technology Prize, as well as the Gagut Productive Education Fund.
And it's the central part of our therapy that we need.
And as Professor Oyibo explained before, this is the essential part of the therapy which we all need right now. Do you all understand that?
Yes.
What about you, Mr. Bash?
Yes.
Any questions?
Where or what are your questions?
Comments?
Or do you have comments, anyone? Now's the time.
How about, talking to every black person that you see? Are there people that are inhibited or have gotten very creative?
Anyone have any questions or comments? Anyone? Does anyone have a problem or a question they'd like to bring up? Yes or no?
No problems. Just continuing to inform everybody I see. That's it, and bring in the prize award.
Praise God for that, Ms. Raw. But like I was saying also, if no one has any questions or problems they want to bring up, then should there be any resistance from anyone going door to door in terms of taking collections or going to meet people face to face to take collections then?
No, I don't see any problem with any.
What about the others? What about you, Mr. Owen? Or Mr. Bash?
Yeah, I gotta go.
What do you mean?
I wanna raise like $100 million.
Okay, that's what we need to get done right now. Raising the funds through going to door, meeting people face to face is essential in order to getting that done.
Okay, what we like to hear about is, any challenges that you may have come across in your communicating with the people in the course of, this thing here, especially knowing that it's the therapy. For example, people lie to us and say, well, you are people who don't win prizes. Can we see how this responds to that?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah. For okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, for me, I meet a lot of people who are excited to hear we have a and I'm reminded to donate. Some of them are saying, I'm good because they don't really get the full impact of what this has done. Now we're able to produce, and we've, got to become, we have the formula to produce what we need, for our own survival. But I'm continuing just to present that, because they still are not even understanding what this means, that, they're just consuming now instead of producing. But I'll just keep presenting that.
Yes. Yes. But under no circumstances can anybody pull anything down that would disrespect us, is what God ordered this to deal with. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Yes.
It becomes important to carry the package along with everything else that you have, with you as much as you can in your car, certainly. People wants to know more about who you are. This is what additional thing to show them. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Because it summarizes.
I make copies of it.
Yes. Share with every Black person for sure, because it introduces them. It summarizes the content of their character. Can you see that?
Yes, I see it.
In other words, everything that has been done up until 1990, literally, is zero compared to what came out of G13 common J equal to 0. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yes.
By 1990, what has been done in the past looked huge. But now with the coming of the totality, it makes the finite thing that has been done before 1990 to be trivial. Can you see that?
Yes.
Now that's what's heavy about it. That's why it is the solution. It's such the heaviest weight you can throw against any opposition to the reality. Because a lot of things here have never been experienced before. Like giving somebody an award that, goes past their lifetime. Do you understand?
Yes, I've shared that.
That's to make up for all the prizes that Professor just want to cover, and Booker T. Washington, and Professor Beard, Andrew J. Beard, were not given. This is part of how God gets even with them. So then now the rest of the people will now try to imitate it. But it first happened with the Black race. Can you see that?
Our people deserve this.
Our people deserve it. You can say that again. They deserve it. They overdo for it. And it's based on the foundation is rock. It's really it's a rock.
This is to make up for slavery and everything else that's happened over the years. People talk about 400 years of slavery, thousands of years, not 400.
There you go. There you go. But your own eternity of of being in a position of master formally has just begun 1990. Do you understand that?
Yes.
But the simple-mindedness on the other side is such that they were jumping off. You didn't know that. None of you really knew when they were saying that the suicide rate for non-blacks, you know, jumped very serious in 1990. That's when Gagut dissemination, the media dissemination began. We have people from legendary scientific families like Ohm of the Ohm's law reporting, you know, writing us letters. Others said they almost jumped, you know, they fell off their chair listening to their announcement. You understand? And we have, you know, the Glock talk, the guns people, lamenting and saying, is this Gagut a joke? And somebody says, I sure hope so. but then he turned around quickly and said, well, but I'm afraid it is not a joke.
Too bad.
And somebody followed that up and said, well, you know, this may be what Jefferson was talking about. The mayor for the non-blacks will be that if God was a just God, one day black people are going to be in a position where, you know, the horrors that was done to the black people will be revenged. You understand?
Yes, yes.
And you understand?
Revenge in a peaceful way. That's the beauty of it. That was the confusion. The confusion was, how do we do this without becoming just like our slave master?
Well, yeah, but that's an impossibility, which is forbidden. I can't call anybody.
I'm not supposed to use that word slave. I forgot. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, you know, yeah. I mean, come on, look at it, right? That's therapy. So you have to get used to saying yes. In other words, they lowered your IQ to still perpetrate the nonsense. Do you understand me? They try to give you medication so you could act irrationally. So they say, well, in spite of his intelligence, it's not worth anything anyway. Do you understand? That's the same goal. That's all artificial. And in Gagut's vision, you can see how that is done. Because when they mess up your mind, even though it is a genius mind, the perception that's supposed to be portrayed is, okay, so it's as bad as having no brains, because you can't use your brain. You understand, supposedly. Now, that is all part of the military strategy from Jim Crow. That's how desperate they are, because, see, they have to continue stealing your thing to look good, because they can't do anything for themselves. That's why they call babies. They only need to know is how to destroy. But it's the exact opposite for us. Africans, like I said, you know, build weapons, but before they put such a weapon to use, they must have the antidote for it. Because there's no reason to kill. The others think exactly the same way. I mean, exactly the opposite way. Just kill for the purpose of just get rid of your enemy by killing them. Which is another way of saying they have not enough brains to understand the marvelous nature, the incredibly beautiful nature of creation. You know, it is too complicated for them to even imagine what it means. So it's easier to destroy. And let's move on. Which ironically is supposed to be the basis of their so-called conquering power. You understand? You terrorize people. And the reason black people appear like they've been terrorized, you can't terrorize black people. You understand? They worry so much about your life that you don't value. And they're trying to protect it. It's what black people do. You know, I mean, you take on Muhammad Ali, you understand me? You understand me? You don't have a chance, you know, and, you know, there's no competition where black people can really have a fair competition with anyone, where they will come second class. They are ahead in every direction. You know, so they try to focus on ones they like to trivialize, which is like entertainment and things like that, boxing. You understand? So God, you know, had been showing them quite a few. You have Andrew J. Beard, all these others. They try to ignore that. They will steal that thing and try to hide their names. You go into Wikipedia, there's not a word on Gagut. And they don't think the world can see what is going on over there. So there's a lot of simple-mindedness. Jim Crow just ignore the truth so he can say, oh, it belongs to him. Only babies can do that. You know that, right? In our system, and we don't see many of our babies actually going out of their way to do that. It's too childish, especially if everybody knows it doesn't belong to you. Do you understand? They'll understand.
Yes.
Well, that's basically what gives away in terms of their problem. Their problem is they have a 19 IQ. You can't have a 19 IQ and try to compete somewhere with 28. Can you see that?
Yeah.
So the only way you could be relevant is if you dumb down their IQ, try to lower it. Okay? By slapping them with a fraudulent factor 3/5. And on that note, you know, we will be recomputing the correct IQs for every Black person as we move along. That's part of the healing. Do you all understand?
Yeah.
That's a healing for the entire humanity, because the humanity is damaged as it is as a result of these 2,500 years, because there has not been any upward motion in terms of progress. Because a baby cannot be in charge of a household. You know, when the babies, they can't run things. They can only stagnate the growth of intelligence or productivity. So that's what we witness. It's part of way to deal with that is to restore the reality of the Black people. That's what this document has done. So therefore, it has to go into our documentation in terms of who we are, what is our IQ, what, you know, while it's hard to really compute exactly what our IQ are, the Gagut Yale factor is a good beginning, which is either you take the fraud that you are given and multiply by the exact figure, exact ratio you can multiply by is 28/19. But like John argued, because they were both measured by Jim Crow, there's a great chance they lowered the Black people's IQ and, you know, exaggerated their own IQ. There's a great chance because Jim Crow never underestimated himself. You understand? They never underestimate their own good values. It's always exaggerated. On the other hand, for the Black people, they diminish it artificially, you know, as was understood from the 3/5. And sure enough, when you up the Black peoples by 2 and lower the Jim Crow by 1, you get 30/18, which is the inverse of the 5/3. That's not a coincidence. You understand?
Yes.
It is such a huge story, and you know the hard information that comes out of it proves where it comes from, which is God, the Creator, who is the authority in terms of how God created and the purpose of God creating us. So it is on that note. There are a few other things that I need to show, but I don't have the time. We're scheduled to end the broadcast by 12. And so
I have a question, real quick question.
All right.
Just real quick. Why aren't there more mathematicians in the U.S., like famous mathematicians that you hear about in the U.S.?
Yeah. Even, you know, actually stating their position with respect to Gagut.
Just in general, I don't hear names of mathematicians ever mentioned in the media or you know, you always hear about physicists and
That's a,
biologists and doctors, but you never hear about mathematicians.
yeah, that's okay. Number one, there's a tendency for people to think of the application and focus on the application of mathematics than mathematics itself. That trend has been going on for a long while, including the Nobel Foundation. See, Nobel is crummy not only just for the Black people, even among, they never give an award to mathematics.
Right.
And plus there's a, you know, there's some feeling amongst people that think mathematics is unnecessarily complicated and has no use, it has no value. So, and in many ways, in my own professional dynamics, I had to consider that because I was always conscious people are going to be calling me, you know, some kind of weird, abstract kind of guy. What I had to do was to stay close with the applications of mathematics. And I've tried many times to convince, you know, many of the mathematicians that application is the motivation for mathematics, and that every mathematics is applied, you know. And when you tend to, how do you say it, you know, portray that image, then you get a little more attention. But you also get distant by your own fellow mathematicians who will say, now you've slipped from pure mathematics to applied mathematics. There's no way you go that it's going to be easy. Do you understand? Professor Paul Garbidian graduated from Harvard at the age of, you know, that's one of my mentors, of 20, from a person who has a reputation of winning the 4 field medals, a guy called Lars Alfors. It was Professor Garbidian's PhD thesis. And the man, you know, impressed me as one of the finest pure mathematicians around. All he needed was to solve a problem for the United States Navy, which was deemed applied, and they tried to just see him as an applied mathematician and try to wipe out his real whole reality. The person that gave him a PhD in MIT, not gave him that, supervised his PhD thesis, won the first field. That's Lars Alfors. It's #1 in pure mathematics. And his thesis is one of the finest contributions in pure mathematics. So how people can begin labeling him applied math and so on and so forth is part of the superficiality of the labeling. But the labeling is what defines, you know, how much attention you get. When Gagut came out, it was pure, the purest of the pure mathematics. Raw geometry, the most clear geometry you can think of. But it says all theorems come from one invariant, Gi, and orthogonal components. Is the ultimate pure mathematics. You can't surpass that. So, but I couldn't sell it as a pure mathematics development. You know, everybody was yelling, well, you know, where is the physics? Automatically is the unified field theorem. A theory is somebody trying to guess a theorem. You understand? So therefore, automatically that is the unified field, the ultimate unified field theory. So here you have a geometer found a unified field theory, but you have to sell it as a unified field theory. I couldn't sell it as a unified theorem. It was much later on when places like Göttingen say, hey, this is the heaviest thing in pure math. Do you understand? because you couldn't sell it as a contribution, because they say, so what? It's some kind of abstract geometry. We don't understand. We don't care. You understand? You understand? In as much as the ultimate, the totality of all theorems, obviously the unified field theory has to be, the wrong version of, in other words, you've gone past the unified field theory, way past it. Because unified theory is a guesswork. This one is exact. So slowly, but after Göttingen, after Black people took their position, and Göttingen followed it up, and even the Catholic Church, it began to open up. And so people still like to see it as physicists are very gung-ho on still calling it a unified field theory. and they want to go it on their own path. They say, all right, so if it's a unified field theory, we need an experiment. No. A theorem surpasses experiment any day. It's superior. A theorem is where a theorem checks experiments. That has been so hard for them. You understand, the physicists, because it's exact. You can't, 2 + 1 - 3 is equal to 0. So you go into a lab and you're unable to confirm 2 + 1 is equal to 3. You think people are going to believe your experiment?
Yes.
In other words, anybody knows. You don't need a lab to verify 2 + 1 is equal to 3, right?
Yes.
So therefore, if you go into the lab and try to verify that and say, gee, I can't verify 2 + 1 is equal to 3, they will declare you as being crazy. Because there's something that is far superior to experiment. Experiment has a human element, how you take the measurement and all that. But 2 + 1, even though you still do the counting, it's very easy to show. You put your 2 fingers up on the left hand and 1 finger up, and you count both numbers together. That's 3. You don't need experiment or verify unless you want to call the counting itself an experiment. That's what Gagut is 2 + 1 is equal to 3. So it transcended, it went past what people were hoping. So it's all part of what makes this an eternal story for humanity and other creatures, So that's the reason. The reason is people are looking for something that will allow them to make money. So it's supposed to be applied, okay? And it has to fit into some of their myths about things, okay? Unified field theory, wow, that sounds exciting, you understand? But this one came from a pure geometry. And initially it was being, how do you say it? They were complaining that is too, people actually say, look, mathematicians will say, well, we see mathematics, but we don't see physics. So physics wins, in the sciences, physics was winning the biggest prize in academics. That's the Nobel Foundation before Gagut. So, and math was not even allowed any prize at all. And field medal doesn't have money associated with it. Atiyah has brought in the Abel's prize and company and so on and so forth. Even though they're all fraud. So mathematics suffered from being too abstract. But so that's the thing. It's how can I say, human dynamics. Humans want to see things in certain ways. And sometimes when there's a disengagement from reality, it takes them time to shift gears. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, so that's fundamentally the reason. It has always been around. You see, when I was going to graduate school and I was getting scholarships, I had to make If I told him I was coming to study geometry, I wouldn't have been given the scholarship. So I told them I was coming to study mechanical gas turbines. You understand? So, because, you know, you want to go and study abstract geometry, we don't have the time. We don't have the money. It's not exciting. Only very couple of you will understand it. You know, that's the state of mind that is behind all that. But Europe, they have a little more respect for mathematicians. You know, and some, you know, and somehow things change a little bit, it fluctuates, you know, depending on who is in power and who are the political, what I call them, the bureaucrats that deal with the situation, because they advise the government. And many times it depends on how much money, you know, is allocated and how exciting it is, you know, the topic is, and so on and so forth. So it's a human dynamics. But like what is done to Black people, it affects the advancement in the field. You understand? Because if you're not giving enough attention and resources, it's not going to be easy to push it forward. Y'all understand?
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Any other questions? Or comments?
No.
Okay. I just hope we pay attention to this. In other words, everybody is called on to make contributions to the prize. But the contributions, in other words, that in effect makes you, give you an opportunity to become like an Alfred Nobel, even though your name may not be on the prize per se, in terms of the person that contributed. It is already widely understood this is a prize that's awarded for the greatest discovery, you know, of all time by Black people. So you've risen from not being able to give any real prize to now awarding the greatest prize. Now that's what's the God order in it. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Yes.
So your very words, you know, to another brother, another sister, as many of them as you connect with every day, is in itself a contribution, especially if those brothers and sisters are inspired by your explanation to them to actually, you know, put in some donations, you know, because when they put in some donations as a result of your understanding the significance of it, how that changes totally our image from being a race that cannot win prizes to a race that win the greatest prize. That's a transformation. It's part of the healing. Y'all understand?
Yeah.
The stagnation has plagued humanity for 2,500 years because Black people were not winning prizes during that time. Changes, and it begins a repair of that broken system, because the system was broken when Black people are, you know, tormented, where Black people are having problems. The entire humanity have problems because we are the most intelligent part of humanity. You understand?
Yes.
And you know, the connectivity between the Creator. We are the ones that are on top of the human family. So in that way we're connected with God and the rest of the humanity. So when we suffer, the humanity suffers automatically. And God, of course, is displeased. That's, you know, that's what's the basis of what God has done in this case. God cannot stay displeased. God gets even and say, hey, God is the boss. So God cannot watch God's creation turned upside down. It's what God has told Jim Crow and the Black people. So therapy now is what is critical, and the therapy is Gagut. So You need to read this thing to yourself, just like I read it. Each time I read it, I pick up, some vibrations that stabilize, my system. And it is going to do the same thing to you. When you talk to somebody else, it's going to make you stronger. People go through all kinds of dynamics because what we've experienced the last 2,500 years is horror. But this is the light at the end of the tunnel. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
On that note, we'd like to say Gagut night with everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Gagut night.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor.
God bless you all.
God bless you too.
Yeah.
God bless. Thank you, Professor.
Amen.
Thank you.
God bless you all.